But I'm telling you now, I'm taking this as a warning from God that he's about to come. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to give you try to make up no day or month or prophecy or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't step on toes like that, especially God. So, but I mean, in the dream, there was, we was, there was these missiles, these rockets, someone was aiming at the U.S. I mean, this is just what it is. And, there was this big clock. And once this clock struck like 12, man, these rockets took off. And I mean, they were coming. And we were in this big field, man. And we can see as they were approaching, the sky was like an orangish color. And then, pretty much like an orange reddish color.
A parent stops and she goes, "Oh my gosh, did y'all hear the broadcast?" We're like, And I'm like, I don't even have my phone on me. So she's like, "Let me turn up my phone." And the newsman is talking. He's like, there are bombs falling. There are bombs falling all over the U.S. He was like, "I think it seems to be around the whole world because I guess you can get in touch with other news reporters or something like that. But I guess it was going around the whole world. But there were bombs falling." And I'm like, "Oh my God, bombs falling. Like, this World War III. Like, I'm like, ooh, it's bombs falling." So I'm like, "Turn it up so we can listen." So we all pause. The kids still playing because we don't want to scare them. So we listening. And the man is like, "Oh my gosh, the bombs are coming closer. They're coming closer. Like, they're reaching," he was naming out different cities or different towns and stuff they were reaching to, the bombs. And I'm like, dang, why are these bombs falling? Like, what's going on? So comes to find out it's not bombs. They were meteors or whatever you want to call them, meteorites or whatever.
There was so much chaos everywhere, people running everywhere, and I remember the sky. I just remember looking up and there were balls of fire falling from the sky. I didn't know exactly what they were. In my dream, I assumed they were falling stars or something, but I don't really know. But they were surrounded by fire and it was falling down on everybody. Remember hearing the prophecy. They were still prophesying during this whole time. They were still prophesying and they were talking about war, and it was happening. I remember Russia being in the dream. Russia was majorly in the dream.
Okay, we are using these individuals' dreams to describe an end time event. So we have that the guy noticed a clock, and the clock's hand is about to strike 12, right? And as soon as it struck 12, which we know is the doomsday clock, basically the missiles started going off, and bombing every damn where, right? And you notice with the women, basically they had a hard time describing the missiles from meteorites. That's because both is going down. So as soon as they come with their nuclear war, World War III, and they start doing strikes with nuclear weapons, the Gentiles are at the height or the fullness of the Gentiles. That means they are at the height of their evil. And then God is going to rain down brimstones on them, described in Ezekiel 38, number 22, which he states, "I will plead against him with pestilence and with blood, and I will rain upon him and his bands," that's all his militaries, "and upon the many people that are with him." You supporting America, you supporting the American way in this lifestyle. I mean, this is all over the world. Everybody that's with America, these meteors is going to hit you. These hailstones is going to hit you that are with him, an overflowing rain of great hailstones, fire, and brimstone. So that's why that's what she was seeing coming from the skies. Let's continue.
There was this big clock. And once this clock struck like 12, man, these rockets took off. And I mean, they were coming. And we were in this big field, man, and we can see as they were approaching, the sky was like an orangish color. And then, pretty much like an orange reddish color. As soon as the rockets got like close enough, man, like about to strike, you heard the trumpet of God. It hit, man. I'm talking about loud, like
I wasn't trying to think about where nobody was. I was just like, man, we about to be gone. Like, that's it. This a wrap. So it's coming down, and before it touches us, it gets like a little before my head. I'm standing up. I'm only 5'5". It gets a little before my head, and the Lord takes us. He doesn't take everybody. I see a couple of people come up with me. I see some children on the side of me to my left, and then I see like 2 kids on my right come up, but the adults that was around me didn't go. Those were the adults that were mad.
And I looked up, man, and all you saw was this angel drop down to the middle of the field where we were. And he started looking around, man, and he started walking through all of these people. And he started touching people. Now, as he was touching people, wings were coming out of their back, man, and they were taking off. You know, and he was walking up, and he started getting close to me, man. So as he was getting close to me, you know, I started thinking to myself, yeah, I'm about to be out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a wrap. I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to put up with none of this. I ain't got to deal with none of this, man. But the thing that got me, yo, was as he approached me, he looked at me and he kept going.
And everything started to shake. Big, loud, sonic boom like sound. Everything shook except for the ground. The ground was fine, but it was just the sound was so loud that the windows and the walls were vibrating, and it caused me to shake tremendously. And I ran back up to the front, and the moment I ran up, I saw him come through the ceiling. And he didn't break the ceiling. He didn't break anything. He floated down through it, but he was so fast. It was like lightning, like bam. He was right there. He was huge. He was 10 feet tall. How he was standing just with such power and authority. Everybody trembled. Everybody was afraid. He looked around at everybody so disappointed. He just sort of looked at everyone really quickly, like a glance, like. And I noticed that the moment that he looked at you, something happened within you. Because in the dream, he looked at me. And when he looked at me, I felt so ashamed. It was as if it was because I knew he knew everything about me. Everything I've ever done or ever said, it was right there in his face, and I could not hide it. Just felt so ashamed. And he looked over the congregation and he said, none of you are coming with me. None of you are coming with me.
And right then and there, man, you should have felt the like automatic depression, stress. Like my heart was broken. You know, and God spoke to me in that dream. He said, this is how a lot of people are going to feel when that day comes. Thinking that they are coming with me because they're in church all the time, or because they're paying their tithes, or because they're doing this, doing that. Man, God knows your heart, man. You know what I'm saying? And half of the people that's going to church every Sunday ain't going, man. Because what are you doing when you come out of that church? You know what I'm saying? Are you stopping at the gas station? You know what I'm saying? Getting your little alcohol, knowing you just took communion, knowing you just left God's house, man. You know what I'm saying? You getting your cigar to roll your blunt. You know, you on the phone with the dope man. You know what I'm saying? Or are you calling somebody else's husband or wife? You know what I'm saying? Going back to their house after church. See, we could put on this front in church in front of anybody, man. But God knows what you're doing at all times. And you're going to have to answer, man. You know what I'm saying? So I remember, man, you know, and I'm not perfect, man. You know what I'm saying? We all got our flaws. We all dealing with this and that. You know, we're all trying to come out of something. I don't care who you are. You're fighting with something. You're dealing with something. But, man, you know, so the angel turned around, man, and he looked at me. You know, and I was just rocked by him passing me up, knowing, man, that I wasn't going to heaven. And he walked up to me, man, and he said, you barely made it. And he hit me. And my wings came back and I took off.
So here we have the meteors and the rockets coming down. All the fire from above is coming down, you know, by God's will. And it's just about to hit the people. And then basically it stops. And then a big angel come down. So the first woman, it just took her straight up, you know. And then the guy, he said he was watching the angel touch people when they grow wings and they go straight up, you know, and that could be not literal. It could just be they were just taken up, you know, by angels. And then the third woman said the angel came through the church, you know, and he was big, and he was basically, these angels ain't playing, man. They try to make the angels like Peter Pan or something like that. No, these angels is not playing. These angels is tough, and these angels is going to rip you to shreds. People who having dreams lately, the angels is like this other woman said, the angels took a man and broke him right in half and slammed him in the ground, you know, and sent his ass straight to hell. and these angels was beating and torturing people when they came. And that's how these angels are going to be. They ain't going to be playing. The day of the Lord is not a joke. And these angels ain't joking around with these sinners. They are going to punish your ass, and y'all just don't know. And so you ain't going to play a game with the angels like you've been living a clean-cut life. That's what these people are telling you. Basically, if you haven't been living a clean-cut life, you're going to get broke. Because as soon as they take everybody up, all the people that's left is getting ready to get destroyed, right? And so you notice that they both said that the angel was staring at them. They just going around, and it was just like a hard stare at everybody. And what the angel was doing was reading their spirit and their soul and their deeds and their actions and their words and their thoughts. It was reading the individual, and then basically it came up with assumption. It came up with some accurate data that says basically who's going and who's not. And those people who fornicating, homosexuals, doing drugs and all that, you ain't gonna go. So in the one woman's dream that the angel told the whole congregation, no, none of y'all is coming with me. I mean, everybody is going to get destroyed. And then the guy said that the angel looked through him pretty much. And notice they both said that, when this angel looked at them and stuff like that, the guilt that they felt from all the sinning and everything they was thinking and doing. And that's why I keep trying to tell y'all, you got to be sinless. You got to stop sinning. You got to stop sneaking and hiding stuff, because everything in secret, says God, is going to be revealed in this end, and it's going to be tested by fire. All things secret is going to be tested by fire, and that's the fire that's coming down. And that fire is going to be hitting so many people right in the chest, in the face, in the head. You're going to see, And so, right at the last minute, the angel turned around and said, "You barely made it," And we're going to open up the book to 1 Peter 4, number 18. We're going to start with 17. For the time has come that judgment must begin at the house of God. So it's coming to us first. And if it first began at us, says God, what shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of God? We already know the meteorites and the bombs and the suffering, And if the righteous scarcely be saved, like we've been doing this for 20 years at my house, over 20 years. And basically, if I go around the room, everybody say, if I could give you a grade from A to F, everybody in my house would say, and we read, pray, and fast every single day almost, and I ain't saying so much fast, but we fast a lot, in our house. And basically, everybody is in the CD category. No one is going to say B or A, except unless you're foolish. So it said, if the righteous scarcely be saved. I mean, we doing all this praying and sacrifice to God. Come on, what's going to happen to y'all who playing a game with this? Where shall the ungodly and the sinner appear? Right in hell. You're going to catch the meteorites and them hailstones right to your chest. And the boy was saying that he had a dream that the meteorites and the hailstones were hitting people at the same time. And parts of their body was frozen and parts of their body were burning. Wherefore let them that suffer according to the will of God commit the keeping of their souls to him in well-doing as unto a faithful creator. And so we're going to go right back up to the top again. It says it's going to begin at the house of God. And then it said, and if it first begin at us, what shall the end of them be that obey not the gospel of God, not Jesus Christ, the gospel of God, obeying them commandments. That's what's going to save you in this end. And so this is Rapthenews, and this is a warning telling you that basically what is going to happen as soon as they drop them bombs, Gentiles, it's over for you and your doom begins. It's Rapthenews.
Away. There's another one. The rapture is happening. I was flying through the sky, looking around. I saw other people in the sky, but very few. I saw people that I knew who claimed to be Christians from popular websites, popular writers on popular websites, popular pastors, who were screaming and begging for one more chance.
These people, every single one, had on gray robes. Gray robes with a red stripe down the middle. Okay, now it was made known to me in that dream that every single one of these Christians was going to hell. Now let me tell you how many. This was my wake-up call. It was like millions of so-called Christians in that dream. It was made known to me that every single one in that line was going to hell.
And in my dream, there were many Christians that claimed to be believers there. There were many people who claimed to love and to know Jesus were in hell. And it was really scary because a lot of people looked familiar. Some people I didn't know, but the Lord was so adamant on telling me that there were so many Christians that claimed to be believers were in hell. There were strictly Christians, people who believed in Jesus, people who professed and declaimed they knew Jesus, people who acted as if they knew him, that did miracles in his name. So many people who claim to be Christians are deceived, and it's really sad because I don't think we understand the severity of the situation. There were so many Christians in my vision that went to hell that claimed to be believers.
I was also left behind. I didn't make it up into the rapture. I was left here on earth with other people. And it was good people, nice people too. Nice people. Those people that was on the green thing, they were nice because we was actually laughing. But we was left behind.
Every single one, they were laughing, they were talking, they were gossiping with each other, behind each other, whatever. They were all gossiping. They were in a happy state, not realizing the doom that was coming on them.
And I remember going to the church, my church. I don't go there no more. And my pastor was left behind too, with some other members. You have those who are destined to be left behind and destined to go to hell.
I was in my church in a regular service, and I started hearing some noises, outside of the building, and I hear like kind of helicopters, and I just get curious and going out to the building, and I saw military helicopters for the army around this big cloud, and I couldn't see nothing on the clouds, but the only thing that I couldn't see, it was a light like flashing. And that cloud is, it was like static. And then the first thing that came to my mind, it's the rapture, and I get like really excited, but at the same time scary. And I just going into the building, and I start telling my friends and my sisters and brothers, well, Jesus is here, he came for us. And the people start running, and I saw this woman, and I told her, wherever you do not take the mark of the beast or the sheep, and they I noticed it was like a I can say like a vacuum, like a how do you say, I couldn't see, but I know it was there, and they start sucking the people in middle of the other people, the other Christians. And a lot of Christians are running, and when that invisible vacuum or whatever starts sucking me, I was feeling like a lot of joy and peace when I was in the air, and okay, this happens and it's weird because when I almost be in middle of the clouds, the thing stopped me and they made like, you know, and then they put me back in the earth.
And so they were in the prayer circle and they were going straight up, all the way up. Then all of a sudden, while they were in the air, that statue thing was in the air too. It just released them, and the people came down so fast that when I looked up, I said, oh my God, they're not going to survive this impact. And as soon as they hit the ground, bam, bodies were all over the place. They were dead, and my mother was in it too. And I remember crying, and I said, oh my God, I'm having to explain this to my sister. And I'm calling her like, no, you need to answer the phone because it went down with our mother. Like, I'm really, really crying.
I saw a pastor, it was my pastor, that guy was a pastor, and he started saying, well, the rapture already happens, and I stay here. And he started talk with another Christian people, and I saw a lot of brothers and sisters from the churches that started fighting, and they're fighting with the pastors, and they say, because it was your father, I stay here. Yeah.
So I woke up from that dream and I realized it had something to do with the church.
I had a dream last night that the Lord returned, and when he returned, I was in church. I was in church, and there were lots of people in the church. The only family member or anyone that I recognized that was in the dream that I knew was my husband, and he was sitting by me. And I went to the back of the church into this little room, and in this little room there were books everywhere. In the dream, a lot of people were in church really not paying attention. The preacher was preaching, and a lot of people were looking up, but then often everybody would, every now and again, I would say everybody, but a lot of people would look down at the phone. You see people not really just focusing, just felt routine. It didn't feel like the Spirit of God was just all in the place where you walk in and you focus, everybody's on one accord. It didn't feel like that. So I'm in the back. Even myself, for some reason, I felt like I wasn't on one accord. And everything started to shake. Big, loud, sonic boom-like sound. Everything shook except for the ground. The ground was fine, but it was just the sound was so loud that the windows and the walls were vibrating, and it caused me to shake tremendously. And I remember knowing immediately that it was God returning. And I ran back up to the front, and the moment I ran up, I saw him come through the ceiling. And he didn't break the ceiling. He didn't break anything. He floated down through it, but he was so fast. It was like lightning, like bam. He was right there. He was huge. He was 10 feet tall. About 10 feet tall. He was really tall. Could have been 8 feet tall, but he was really big, and I don't know why, just 10 feet tall is my guesstimate. He was really big, and not just in height. 10 feet tall, yes, but he was a big guy. He was like, he wasn't like thin. He was like, I don't believe in Santa Claus, but like I like how Santa Claus is typically depicted, rounded belly, big guy, jolly. But I wouldn't say he was fat. He wasn't sloppy, but he was a big guy, just like a lineman, like a football player, huge. But I wouldn't say that he was ripped and buff. He just was huge, and just how he was standing, just with such power and authority. Everybody trembled. Everybody was afraid. So many people started to rejoice and look at him and be like, yes, Lord, you're here. You made it. I was one of those people. And he looked around at everybody so disappointed. He just sort of looked at everyone really quickly, like a glance, like he was looking around the room at people, and it sort of took everybody back. And I noticed that the moment that he looked at you, something happened within you. Because in the dream, he looked at me. And when he looked at me, I felt so ashamed. It was as if it was because I knew he knew everything about me. Everything I've ever done or ever said, it was right there in his face, and I could not hide it. And I felt so bad. I felt naked. It felt, when I woke up, and the dream felt so real, y'all. When I woke up, the best way that I could describe it was, man, this must be how Adam and Eve felt when they bit off the fruit of the tree. He looked over the congregation and he said, none of you are coming with me. None of you are coming with me. At this point, just pandemonium just broke out. Everybody ran. Everybody was running, screaming, crying, ashamed, fearful.
I saw so many Christians left behind, running up and down. They were in total panic across the street everywhere. Their mind became crazy. They couldn't believe that the rapture had taken place. And I saw the whole half in total panic from the highest point in the air where I was. I was also showing a beloved member of my family also left behind. I saw so many Christians in what seemed to be a Sunday. They were coming from the church, so many of them, were left behind and they couldn't believe.
So many people who claim to be Christians are deceived, and it's really sad because I don't think we understand the severity of the situation. There were so many Christians in my vision that went to hell that claimed to be believers.
Be ready. And all of a sudden, from nothing, clouds just start to form. So that's what I seen. Clouds started to form. And as these clouds started to form, I can hear crackling and thundering. But it was a lot of crackling. I don't know if that's the right word, but before you hear a boom, sometimes you just hear this crackling. But it was different and it was unique.
As I was looking at the sky, I was like, why does it look like the sky is gonna crack, like break? Like you can see right through it. I saw right through it, and I don't know what I was seeing, but as I was looking right through the broken glass in the sky, like it was like a shield over the earth. And I saw the whole thing. It literally looked like a shield over the earth, and it was just cracking, like.
But it was a lot of crackling.
So a parent stops and she goes, oh my gosh, did y'all hear the broadcast? We're like, and I'm like, I don't even have my phone on me. So she's like, let me turn up my phone. And the newsman is talking. He's like, there are bombs falling. There are bombs falling all over the U.S. He was like, I think it seems to be around the whole world because I guess you can get in touch with other news reporters or something like that. But I guess it was going around the whole world. There were bombs falling. And I'm like, oh my God, bombs falling. Like, this World War III. Like, I'm like, ooh, it's bombs falling. So I'm like, turn it up so we can listen. So we all pause. The kids still playing because we don't want to scare them. So we listening. And the man is like, oh my gosh, the bombs are coming closer. They're coming closer. Like, they're reaching, he was naming out different cities or different towns and stuff they were reaching to, the bombs. And I'm like, dang, why are these bombs falling? Like, what's going on? So comes to find out it's not bombs. They were meteors or whatever you want to call them, meteorites or whatever. So they're falling, and I'll say, I'm at Edward McDonald, I'll say from Arlington, we can see them falling from the sky, like in Arlington, just falling, boom, boom, things are blowing up. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, man, this got to be the end of the world.
So much chaos everywhere, people running everywhere, and I remember the sky. I just remember looking up, and there were bowls of fire falling from the sky. I didn't know exactly what they were. In my dream, I assumed they were falling stars or something, but I don't really know. But they were surrounded by fire, and it was falling down on everybody. And remember hearing on the prophecy. They were still prophesying during this whole time. They were still prophesying, and they were talking about war, and it was happening. I remember Russia being in the dream. Russia was majorly in the dream.
They were very confused and you could feel their fear.
That she was talking to me and she looked at me almost encompassed by fear. And she said, "Are you afraid of death?" I didn't answer her. At that moment, we looked up and the fiery balls, whatever that was falling from the sky, actually was coming towards us and actually hit her. She didn't die in the dream, but she was suffering. She was very hurt. And I guess she was dying. I don't know.
And when I looked out the window, there was like a whole bunch of like destruction going on. Like, especially there was like this tall building specifically that I saw, and it was like a plane crashed into it or something, and it was just like I just started seeing like all types of like destruction going.
It was really quite upsetting. There was like just total destruction going on, and we managed to rush to my dad's house, and
they were looking at the water, and I was thinking they have no idea that they're all about to die. They have no idea the destruction that's about to go on.
Going on, and we managed to rush to my dad's house, and we were sitting around this table in darkness, and they were trying to make some food, but there was no water.
Tell him you love him. Scream it. Let him know, forgive you for your sins, and that you are sorry and you're repenting right now. Tell him don't leave you here. And I was saying that, and as I was saying this, darkness just overtook the room that I was in. Like, it was some darkness. It was a darkness that it wasn't just dark. It was darkness that was alive. That's the only way I can just describe it. It was evil. And at that very moment, I heard a trumpet sound. Oh, it was so loud. It was so loud. At the very moment that I heard this trumpet, it was like in my right ear. Not that I couldn't hear it in my left, but when I tell you, it was so.
God in me, so I felt like this tingle and then some yellow things around me.
This is the main bit that I want you to describe in detail.
Like glitter, like
and it.
And then like the colour of the yellow bits, like as light as thunder. So
what do you mean as light as thunder?
Like thunder is yellow.
Oh, okay, yeah, like that colour. Okay, and it came upon on your skin.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then so then I vanished into yellow gold.
Like, it feels like I've never been electrically charged, nothing like that. You know, if you die or something like that, you drown and they boop boop boop, or if you die, they get the machines, they roll them together and they boop boop. Well, that's how I felt. Like in one of my dreams that I had about the out of body experience, I felt the same way with this. When my soul is coming out my body, that's how it felt. So as he was taking us, my soul went. It's like it takes a lot for your soul to come out your body. Like, I don't know how to explain the feeling, because you just have to feel it yourself, you know? I don't know how to explain the feeling, but it came out. I feel like something charged me, like, and I came out.
Body, like a vibration. It went through my body, and all of a sudden I could feel my body just tingling all over, like little pricklies. And all of a sudden I just felt myself changing, my body just transforming. And I knew I was being lifted up, and I was just like, I just started praising God.
Like in my dream, if you were a believer, you just had this assurance, you had this peace, you felt comfortable because you knew where you were going. And I remember feeling so happy in my dream that I thank you, Lord, that I have a relationship with you. I thank you, Lord, because I'm on your side.
I just remember everybody singing and praying, like everybody was like just giving God thanks like never before. Like it's like a church, like when you're at church and everybody's giving God praise, and then you just feel that atmosphere, like you feel the Holy Spirit in the place. That's how it felt. It was like amazing. Like I didn't care. I didn't care to see, I'm sorry, it's selfish or whatever, but I didn't care to see my baby. Like, I knew I was going to see him again. I didn't care to look for my husband. I was just so happy I was going. Like,
I was just thanking God. And at the same time that I'm thanking God and just praising him, I knew that it was chaos on the earth. I knew that darkness was evil. I knew that it was horrible things going on the earth. And I just thank God that he didn't allow me to see that, because he knows my heart. And everybody that was there, I knew, and we was hugging and we was happy. And I was like, oh my goodness, you made it, you made it, you made it. And we was hugging and we was so happy and excited. And one of my friends said, well, where's your husband? I know, you shouldn't have that sorrow. I felt a sadness. But I also was joy.
Singing and these songs. I don't think the songs were very important, but I was sitting in front of my children. My children were behind me in 4 seats, and my mom had to sit on the other side of the I guess it was a boat, some kind of boat, but it was no windows or anything like that, but it was very nice plush like couch chairs, and she was sitting on the other side, and the conductor started. He was a bald guy who didn't look like Jesus, but maybe an angel or something like that, but he was gathering people's tickets, and I couldn't find my ticket. So I started telling him, hey, say, I can't find my ticket, hold on, I can't find my ticket. So I started going through my pockets, and it was taking a while. So he said, well, you know what, I'll go to these other people and and I will get their tickets and check their tickets out first, and then I'll come back to you. So I said, okay. So when he left, I started frantically looking for my ticket everywhere. I remember taking out everything in my pockets, and I had so much garbage and so much like wrapper papers from candy and different receipts to other stuff and different tickets to other things like movies, and it was crazy how many tickets. But I remember I couldn't remember what the ticket looked like, but I remember it said something on it. But so I kept reading every single ticket. So that went off for maybe 5 minutes, and I'm frantically looking, and I said, I need this ticket. So the guy came back and said, do you have the ticket? And I said, no, sir, but I just bought one. We bought one at the counter. And the man said, well, if you don't have the ticket, you can't get on. You can't ride. And I said, but I need to go with my family. And he said, don't worry, your mother is going to be with your children, so they'll be protected, they'll be okay. So I said, well, why can't I go? And he said, well, it's 3 o'clock, and you need to get off and wait. And so I said, well, let me just run over there and buy another ticket or have them reprint it. He said, no, he doesn't start reprinting the tickets until 6 o'clock, and you'll miss this one, but you can get on the 6 o'clock one.
So it was all over the news that a big asteroid was coming down to hit Earth, and that it was going to strike out a big portion of it, and that everyone would in some way be affected, but it was going to take out a major piece of the population. Everyone was freaking out. Bridges were jam-packed. They were not letting anyone cross the bridges. Like, they were just all like jammed up, and there was like men in like a tan kind of uniform, and they were like policing everyone. I don't know who they were, but they didn't look like normal police officers.
And there was like people just screaming. I'm telling you. And there is times of people just screaming and running away from the asteroid.
And all of a sudden, these lights come all the way down to Earth and boom, explode. And all these people start, getting chaotic and getting worried and scrambling, kind of like if you were to stick a stick inside of an ant pile. And then all of a sudden, another asteroid came down. Boom, boom.
So all of a sudden, y'all, I looked up in the sky and I seen this huge asteroid, but I knew it was a planet. It was a planet in the shape of an asteroid. Y'all, the asteroid was so big, it looked big enough to knock the Earth out. And then I seen other little pieces, different shapes, little smaller asteroids beside it.
And all I could see was this humongous, I don't know whether to call it an asteroid or a meteor. I mean, it was huge. It was gigantic. And I believe it was already in Earth's atmosphere. But besides the huge one, I saw little ones also. And they weren't little, they were just small compared to the giant one. But the smaller ones were already hitting cars and the street. They were already impacted. They've already impacted Earth.
And fire was falling from the sky. And it looked like fire and brimstone was falling from the sky and hitting everything, and it made no sense. And the earth was shaking, and everything was being hit. And all I remember was getting in my grandfather's truck and driving away, trying to escape.
So me and my auntie looked at each other, and then we knew straight up we had to get on our knees and start asking for forgiveness. We're on our knees, like asking for forgiveness and repenting.
And I got down on my hands and knees, and I had my forehead to the ground, and I said, "Oh, Father, thank you so much that we're not in complete darkness. Thank you so much." I just began to praise and worship with my forehead to the cement.
I ran into the living room to warn my family this asteroid hit. And I'm going to say it was probably about 30 seconds that the earth shook.
So the house started shaking and rocking, and all of a sudden it leaned to the left. And everybody who was in the house, we was trying to grab on to whatever was happening.
And the earth was trembling, and fire was falling from the sky.
It hit Earth, and the Earth shook like rapidly.
And all of a sudden, I see one of the buildings collapse.
All of a sudden, this building gets hit hard out, like I hear a big cracker sound, and it actually shakes the ground. I jump in the dream when it happens and watch the whole front part of this building fall off. And when I seen it, I first thought the whole building fell, like it just fell over. And as soon as that happened, the nurse/maid that was cleaning runs past me and runs like really fast. Like you wouldn't believe how fast that she was running, like incredibly fast. So as I'm watching her, she's running towards the building that fell, and I know that I must follow because there's got to be people hurt, is what I'm thinking in my head. But at the same time, I'm kind of fearful because I know all the death that I'm about to be subjected to.
I see rows and rows and rows and rows of dead body bags. There were thousands upon thousands, if not millions of them. And to my right, I could see military personnel, like the army, soldiers. And the Lord was showing me that these people are there to bury bodies, because there's going to be a huge wave of famine and pestilences that's going to hit the nations because of the bodies, because of the dead people.
And we saw the big asteroid and the big earthquake at the very end, and we were really, really scared. And there was like people just screaming, running around.
I told my dad then, I was like, "Dad, I told you this was going to happen. See, it's happening." I kept saying, it's happening now. My dad took me to my home, and I had my little girl with me, and we went into the house, and I was calling my mother on the phone, And I was trying to tell her, Mom, it's happening. See, I told you guys this is happening. It's coming. And I remember being I was excited. I was like, I don't know why, but I was excited it was happening. Because I guess I felt like, we're going to be taken out of here. We're going to be taken out of here. We're going to be taken out of here.
Yeah. Well, open your eyes and look within. Are you satisfied with the life you're living? We know where we're going. We know where we're from. We're leaving Babylon. We're going to our fatherland. 2, 3, 4, Exodus. Movement of your people. Oh yeah. Send us another brother Moses. Movement of your people. Gonna cross the Red Sea. Movement of your people. Send us another brother Moses. Movement of your people. Gonna cross the Red Sea. Exodus.
And I heard a voice say, it's too late. And I was like, no, it's not too late. I'm finna get in this line. And I heard another voice say, it's the end. And I'm like, the end? I'm like, no, this is not the end. I'm about to get at the end of this line, but it's not the end. And I heard a voice say again, it's too late. It wasn't no regular voice. It wasn't in no regular tone. It was like, it's too late. I was like, man, it's too late. It's too late. And I was like, man, it's too late. I ain't make it. It's too late. And I couldn't get in the line.
I was crying because they was reaching for me, and I was like, I'm going to hell. That's how I felt. I felt it if I was going to hell. And I was like, Lord, please don't leave me here. I don't want to stay. I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to be in this. And it was so frightening to me, because even some of us who are believers, we will miss it because we don't pay attention to how close we is to his return.
And then I felt I noticed myself, I wasn't getting raptured. I was not getting raptured. I cried out to Jesus. I begged Jesus. I was like, Jesus, take me too, please, Lord, take me too. Rapture me too, Jesus Christ. Please, Jesus, please take me too. I got left behind. And I got on my knees and I started crying with tears in the dream. I was like, why, Jesus, why did you leave me behind too? Why am I one of the ones that gets left behind?
It's time to go home. And Azalea was like, well, what about my daddy? And I looked at my girl because I knew I was going to be left behind. I said, I need to stay for 7 years. I won't be able to go. And then I went to go give my daughter a hug, and when I did that, the angel turned around and looked at me and turned gray, and like with this look of like, you can't touch her anymore. And it just scared me just more than I have been scared in my entire life. I was terrified.
And I'm a Christian. I'm passionate for the Lord Jesus, and I was left behind.
I saw Jesus coming on a cloud with the angels, and I'd walked outside, or ran, more or less, and I saw him come in, and inside me started to feel like it was burning, like literally burning from the inside out, and I backed away and backed into the house to hide. I couldn't stand in front of Jesus. I couldn't stand. It hurt too much. It was burning.
And these, I was actually left behind. I was actually witnessing the people going up to meet the Lord, and I could see them all going up to Him. When I saw that, I started to go where the people were going up, and then I ended up falling down. Like, I didn't go up, I fell down. I didn't make it. Lights were out and it was just complete darkness. And we were just both like, well, why didn't we get it? You know, why didn't we go?
As the angel of the Lord showed me various parts of the earth, we were in one city, and it was a man who is pretty well known, musician and bishop, was dressed as a woman, and he was with another man who's in entertainment, and the Lord showed me that they were lovers. And when I referred to the man as a bishop, he began to frown because it was clear he had been left behind, because in fact he was a homosexual.
It became this awkward silence. When I looked back, Jesus was gone, my daughter was gone, and I was still right there. I was questioning myself. I said, Jesus left me. He left me. That's how I felt. I felt so alone. I identified as the Lord or angel that was in my room, and I was bowing down and I was pleading, I was crying, I was saying, please don't leave me, please, please don't leave me. Please don't leave me here, Lord. What should I do? I don't want to be here. Please, Lord, don't leave me. And he had such a calm smile on his face, and I was trying to grab his hand and trying to kiss his hand. I was pleading, family. I was pleading for my life.
As I looked ahead of me, I witnessed that there had been other Christians that began to emit this brown color like sulfur in their bodies. I could literally smell this strong smell of sulfur, and this awful brown looking liquid was all around the dead bodies of the Christians. When my group was ready to be killed by this method, I felt and witnessed all of us falling to the ground.
They tell us to all line up. So we all line up beside each other, and they pick this one man out. And for some reason, he never said he was a Christian. I never even talked to anybody, but I knew that he was a Christian. And whenever he took that man aside, he was trying to get him to denounce Jesus and to denounce his faith. And the man wouldn't do it. So he took this thing. It kind of reminded me of those cattails that they used to beat the slaves with. You know, they had a bunch of little leather straps on them, and then at the end of the thing that he'd beat the guy in the face with, it had little pieces of spiked glass or rock or something like that, and he was hitting it, and it was tearing his face up really, really super bad.
We were the foolish virgins that were left behind. Bibles were already banned. These are just things that we just knew. They were banned. They didn't want to hear anything about Jesus Christ.
Then, all of a sudden, one of these elders who sat with him stood up and made an announcement that changed the looks on people's faces. You need to see the magnitude of fear that people had on their faces. Their jaws dropped down in less than a second. And what was the announcement? He said these were the words that came out of his mouth. He was introducing Pope. He says, he said okay, this is the man in charge. These were his words. This is the man in charge, referring to Pope. And then he went on again to say, he is the Antichrist.
And I don't know. I really don't know. Let me just relax and ask the Holy Spirit. I never felt this pressing, an urgency to tell, but I'm going to tell. I'll tell you what a demon said to me a few days ago in a different deliverance session. It said, a lot of people are screwed. All right, I just want to tell you that. A lot of people are screwed. A lot of people are screwed. And the whole time, God is trying to call us back to him. The whole time, God is trying to tell us, but we don't listen. But we don't listen. So it says stupid humans because they don't understand the spirit realm. You don't understand.
You don't understand what you've opened yourself up to. You don't understand the covenants that you entered into. You don't understand. It said pastors are not going to heaven. It said pastors are not going to heaven. It said pastors are not going to heaven. It said pastors are not going to heaven.
And then I found myself again in this warehouse house place, and then the floor started shaking. It started shaking, and I remember being like, okay, this is weird. This is weird. And that's when I started to look for that guy in the red vest. I don't know who it is. I've never seen him in my entire life. And I remember trying to look for him to see if this is what it was that he was talking about. I don't know what he was talking about. So I was looking for him, and the floor was shaking, and I knew something weird is happening because I didn't know what was happening, but I knew something weird was happening. Does that make sense? Anyways.
I got on my knees and I started praying. Something wasn't right. I had spiritual stress. I don't know how to say it. I was stressed out. All night I tried to watch my races, I tried to rest. Guess what? There was no rest. I couldn't stop thinking of the Word of God. I couldn't stop thinking of my dream. I couldn't stop thinking of how I needed to change my clothing and be righteous. And then when I try to go to sleep, and when I'm about to go to sleep, this girl taps me in the head and she's like, hey, are you awake? Are you awake? And I'm like, yeah, what is it? I just had a dream about bombs, and guess what, guys? Before I went to sleep, I was looking at the news and I saw that Gaza, the Palestinians, had shot rockets to Israel. Shot rockets to Israel. Shot rockets to Israel.
But as I was walking, a guy came up to me, and you know those like train conductor outfits? Yeah, he was wearing that. He was kind of older. He seemed kind of familiar. Maybe he's from like I don't know, maybe I've seen him before. But he just came up to me. He's like, oh, like, you good? Like, where are you heading? And I'm just like, oh, I'm walking around, you know. And there was other people out there walking around too. And he was like, okay, like, you might want to get out of here. And I was like, why? Like, why? What's wrong? And she was like, oh, there's going to be, like, a huge earthquake. Like, it's going to be splitting in two. And that I wouldn't want to be here if I were you. That I wouldn't want to be here if I were you. That I wouldn't want to be here if I were you. And it just had the same line, like, repeated over and over and over again. It was like, and then there was a great earthquake. It was just like over and over again. And then the ground just started like shaking. Like, there's no screaming or anything.
I turned around to start getting away from that because it scared me that he was going to come after me. And all of a sudden I'm looking around and there's no buildings. Like, there's buildings, but just imagine just the biggest earthquake in the world and just seeing all these crumbled buildings that just like half gone. Like, it's just, you know, like New York City. Imagine New York City had a big old earthquake and all of a sudden like half the buildings or half the top of the buildings just crumbled. They were just disappeared.
I had a dream where there was a massive earthquake in South America and all of the children vanished during it. And I was trying to tell people on YouTube what happened, but no one believed me.
I had an earthquake dream last night. Now I'm in Ohio, so that would be pretty weird because it was a really powerful earthquake. I looked out the window and seen a vehicle, a large van, just shaking back and forth like really hard, and it was a really short and sweet dream.
Hi brothers and sisters, so I just had this urgency that I had to share this dream that I had last night. I was in my hometown, which is in the Philippines, and we were in our room, our whole family was in our room, and it was in the middle of the night, and a big earthquake occurred. And I could even feel how intense it was. and it was so vivid.
I saw that it was a 9.1 in Alaska. And I thought that was very interesting, you know, because it's a very high magnitude. And I'm like, oh my God, I need to definitely make a video and put this out there, because I'm sure that there's definitely devastation with a magnitude that high.
This is Rapthenews, and these are the signs that we as watchmen are looking for. And so this is a huge indication that a huge earthquake is getting ready to happen at any moment. And just like I said, we are in the month of Mayday, you know, and people, it seems like we have days, and that is not even a lie. It almost seems like at any moment right now. And just like I said, you know, according to the book of Daniel, as I said in the other video, and I ain't saying I'm making a date or anything else, according to the book of Daniel, something should be happening before the 8th. If nothing happened, it just don't, you know. But it seems that way. And I don't even like to put that out there, but we are so close that we need to shake people up, man. And so, look, people, if you don't love your brother, you ain't gonna make it into the kingdom. You know, if you don't love the next man, you ain't gonna make it into the kingdom. If you selfish and coveting and looking out for yourself, you ain't making it into the kingdom. You know, it's a verse, and I can't think of it. It's in the Bible, and I wish I could put it in this video, and you know, right off the top of my head, but I cannot. But it's saying that basically, to save the people, if you save one person of the people, you save them all. You know, it's like you saved everybody. People don't even reach their hand out to save their brother, man. And it always say, watch out for the one who hates his brother. You know, and so I'm reaching my hand out. Black, white, yellow, green, and brown, your color don't matter. You know, whether you had a spirit on the color don't determine whether you had a spirit on you or you don't. It don't, you know. And God said, ask and you shall receive. Even if you born Gentile, you can ask for the spirit, you know, and have that spirit on you. You know, when that spirit get on you, you're going to believe everything that I'm saying to you. It's hard to believe truths that you never heard before. You know, and I've been knowing these truths a long time, a very long time. And just like the book says that, you know, I have so much to tell you, you know, but you can't stand to hear it right now. And I know that. So I'm very careful with my words because I have so much to tell you, you know, and I've been wanting to tell people a long time that, hey, look, the majority of these people are going to hell. This is bad. This is bad. And I'm trying to, I can't save nobody, but I'm damn sure trying to, you know what I mean? I'm reaching my hand, I'm extending the hand of friendship and love to you. You know, you got to see past the cursing and see, watch this. I can't paint the picture vivid enough in your head and make people understand what they don't understand. You know, we're dealing with demons, and we're dealing with billions and trillions of fucking demons, and it's a lot of them. You know, and their whole aim is to get everybody sent to that damn fire. You know, there's people having dreams right now that they're in hell. They don't even know in the dream that they're in hell. They thinking they still have a life. They waking up pulling themselves out of the dirt. They being resurrected. They don't even know. You know, they seeing people being tortured in hell. And it was like, oh, this must be the tribulation. No, you in fucking hell. They don't know. You know, and they don't know they're getting ready to get got. They've been believing in a false God. You can't even tell people just to go to God alone. You can't even make Christians realize that that verse is so meaningful when it says, serve only God by Christ. They can't hear that verse because they don't want to hear it. And then all of them have forsaken God. And the devil's object is to get you detoured with a bunch of shit to make you forsake God. And he detoured, he gave you the biggest shit it ever was, and that was Christ crucified. the biggest fucking joke it was in history. And you believe some raggedy motherfucker came down to die for you sinful bastards when God said, as a man sows, so shall he reap. And what am I telling you to do here? I'm saying save your brother. Sow to the salvation. Reach your hand out and pull somebody up out the gutter. Help them so your ass can be helped. Help them with your heart and everything that you got in you so that you can be helped. If you can't save a motherfucker, you cannot be saved. He said, why you say motherfucker, man? Because devils can only respond to negativity. People don't understand my whole platform here. I am talking to the majority of people are devils. Whether they subscribed and they got a religion or not, they devils. They can only hear negativity, but within the negative damn fucking words, I'm offering salvation. Because you gotta reach the people on the fucking level that they are on. I can't reach you with purity if you're impure. I know that's a hard one for people, but you know, I'm trying. So this month, repent. Sincerely repent quickly. Get your shit together. Get your family together. Look for the hardest motherfucker to save. And I ain't saying you can save not one person. I'm saying try. Who get that? Try. It's Rapthenews.
And I opened the door and there was Jesus. And I'm like, oh, Jesus is coming. So I was like thinking like, oh yeah, that's right. So we were gathering like, okay guys, we got to be prepared. We have to be prepared to get in our house and be prepared for his coming. And I opened the door. I'm like happy. I'm like, Jesus, like he's here to take us. And he looked at me and he wasn't smiling. He was kind of frowning and he just shook his head at me. And the door had shut or he had left. I can't remember that part. Like maybe the door shut on its own and he left. And I just kind of stood there stumped. Like, why didn't he take me with him? Why did he tell me no? Why did he shake his head? I just don't understand. I'm a Christian. I don't get it. We were ready for his coming. Like I was like, oh Jesus, like I know who you are. But he shook his head at me and I was devastated. I was so sad.
And I could tell what he's saying in his heart. He's saying, Dom, why aren't you going with him? And then he starts screaming, Jesus, Jesus. And then my friend to the right of him starts screaming, Jesus. And this light is like exposing us. It's trying to expose us and shine bright on us. And this is what scares me about my dream. Is I started running from the light. We all started running and sprinting from the light. And we just ran and it kept trying to shine on us, but we wouldn't let it. We wouldn't let the light shine on us. We were terrified of the light. It was like we were so scared of this light. And I just ran and ran and ran. I don't know what this means. I need someone to help me.
I didn't see Jesus return. I only heard the trumpets. I was on earth still. I'm saved, so that doesn't make sense. I was left on earth. So after the trumpets blew, the saved were just like already gone. I mean, they were like already gone, like almost like they were already gone like before they even blew.
Will only a few select people make it to heaven? And will billions and billions of people burn forever in hell? And if that's the case, how do you become one of the few? Is it what you believe or what you say or what you do or who you know or something that happens in your heart? Or do you need to be initiated or baptized or take a class or converted or being born again? How does one become one of these few? And then there is the question behind the questions. The real question, what is God like? Because millions and millions of people were taught that the primary message, the center of the gospel of Jesus, is that God is going to send you to hell unless you believe in Jesus. And so what gets subtly sort of caught and taught is that Jesus rescues you from God. Jesus rescues you from God. Jesus rescues you from God. But what kind of God is that we would need to be rescued from this God? How could that God ever be good? How could that God ever be trusted? And how could that ever be good news?
I'm going to tell you what I saw because it was troubling. Millions of people left behind, Christians, people I knew. I will not call names, but I saw people that I knew, that I know serve God, worship, outreach ministries, prophesied. I saw so many people that I knew left behind. And I said, Jesus, why is she, why is he, why are they left behind? Jesus spoke to me and he said, they were left behind because every time they bought the lie, their heart got hardened to the truth.
And I was looking for my mother, my mom now. I look on her bed, she wasn't there. I look all over the house, she wasn't there. I was calling, yo, mom, where are you? Nobody. It's like she was just disappeared. And then it hit me, bam. She went, the rapture happened, and she went, and I was left back. And yo, that fear, just knowing that you're left back and you missed this rapture, a fear just come over you like a cloak, dog. And dog, this fear is so intense.
Like, I don't want my children to go to hell. They don't understand. I don't know if they've been praying. I don't know what they believe. I don't know if they truly believe, or they're just faking for me. I don't know. And I even looked to them and I said, why aren't y'all lifted? Why? What is going on? Why are y'all still here? Y'all are children. What have you done? I'm just freaking out like, what could you have done? What is wrong? Why are you not part of the plan?
And it was like fire in the sky, and it was moving like water, like if you go to the ocean and the way waves come, that's the way the fire was moving, but it was slow. Like nothing was burning on the ground, but it was fire just coming. And I just held my daughter in my arm and I said, Jesus is coming. And next thing I know, all I did was hear a bunch of people yelling. And I looked around, the people that were around me, even outside, had disappeared. Everyone who was left on earth. It was a crowd of people. We heard this voice. It said, it's time. So as we all looked off into the distance, it was just this huge flame coming at us.
We look up in the sky and it looked like meteors were like coming down, like shooting stars were just coming out of the sky. I could end up seeing Jesus in the clouds. And he was there and he was huge. He like took up the majority of the sky, but not all of the sky. It was just like a big, just like bam, he was right there. You could see him. Now, I was on the side where it was still dark, still red, and everybody was just kind of like derp, you know, like doing their own thing, like not knowing what's going on. And at this point, I ended up looking on the other side where the line cut, and it was like the sky was a bright blue sky with clouds, and everybody that was on the right side of me was happy. It was almost like when your favorite entertainer, when you go to a concert, comes out, they were just cheering, they were all in white robes, just happy, just like rah. And on the side that I was on, it was like depressing, you know? It was like, man, you know, I want to be on that other side. These guys are partying and having fun and, you know, just enjoying life. And it's like, I don't want to get left behind, you know? Like, I started to feel bad and nervous. I was like, man, I'm getting left behind, you know? These guys are over here, they're getting raptured, you know? And I'm over here on the bad side, you know?
It was in the middle of the day, super bright sunshine, and then all of a sudden, black clouds just covered overhead. And then we looked up and it was just completely black. In the middle of the day, we could see that it was clouds. And we heard on the news that that happened over the whole world. And people started freaking out and getting scared. And then we heard on the news that millions of people had just disappeared. And so when I heard that, I was like, oh, I got left behind. And people just started turning evil and trying to kill us. And so as we're preaching, people were coming to kill us. And I started singing, there's power in the name of Jesus. And then somebody threw a knife and it went into my back. And then I woke up.
And I suddenly heard the trumpet blast. I heard like the shofar. And I knew it was the rapture. And I immediately prayed to be taken, to not be left behind. And what happened then was I felt my legs and feet beginning to raise up. They raised up off the ground, and there was a force that was taking them up. And I was beginning to be taken up, but the middle of my body didn't lift up the ground, and then my arms started to lift up. My shoulders did, but this middle part of my body was too heavy to lift up. And I prayed, and I tried to even help myself by just like pushing myself up, but it was no use. I was too heavy to go, and that may have been symbolic of my heart being too heavy to go, and I was left behind.
My daughter was there, and immediately I saw the clouds move, then the sky was moved, and then I could see people in heaven, and they were looking down, and then few people were taken up, and then the sky went back, and it was again like nothing happened, but already people were taken, and I was not taken, my daughter was not taken, and immediately.
And I could see somebody open the door, come upstairs, and they go right to me, and they stay at the doorpost. And I'm pinned down. I don't know if it was a demon or what, but I'm pinned down. My whole bottom half, I can't move. Like I'm stuck. Like somebody's sitting on me. And my arms, I could move. And I was going like, I was moving my hands and stuff like that. But anyway, I knew it was Jesus. And even though like I couldn't see him or anything, it was like dark. I couldn't see anything. But I knew it was Jesus. And then I also knew I was getting left behind for following false prophets.
I was so excited to know that Jesus was here because I had been praying and waiting for his presence to arrive. Then we spotted an area that looked like some type of cloudy mist. It was like just like mist, and it looked like kind of like a cloud. And it was just kind of on the ground, and we all were running to it, and we just knew it was Jesus. So I kind of like ran through the crowd because I really wanted to get to Jesus, and I knew that was him. And when I went into that cloud, I knew that was Jesus right there, and I put my arms out, and I was like, Jesus, and I gave him a hug, and I felt his arms, y'all. I felt him hug. I felt me like kind of hug him real tight, and he held me tight too, and he was like laughing, and it's like a chuckle, After he finished hugging me, he took the people that was around him, but he did not like take me, and so I was left behind. I was left behind. I was left behind.
This is Rapthenews. Today you find out that hell is alive. It breathes. It devours. It is an eating machine. And just like it says, you die over and over and over and over again in hell for eternity. You don't breathe well. You don't eat nothing. You are in excruciating pain 24/7. It does not leave you alone. It's the last place that you want to go and experience. And so right now we're going to show you a video that I made saying that the floor of hell moves up and down. And then a devil worshiper is going to describe it as, that he goes to hell frequently, talks to the devil, and then do his nasty business around the world, casting spells and putting hexes on people. But he describes hell as breathing. The floor breathes. And so the first thing I noticed when I went into hell and viewed it, that the floor went up and down. And so I noticed that at first, around the walls was an opening. So like I said, the floor was not attached to the walls, and it was floating on lava, so it was going up and down slowly.
And then I was touching the ground, and the ground breathes in hell. The ground is alive in hell. It breathes. It's like you ever seen when someone lays on the bed, the tummy go up and down. That's how the ground does. And then the ground feels like marshmallow.
And today we're going to be talking about hiding from God. And so all these Christians are having dreams that when God come back, they hide him.
My body was like completely shaking, and I was like, what's going on? I didn't understand, and I couldn't move. My body was shaking really badly, and I was like, oh my goodness, what's going on? And I felt like a fear, but like, no, I want to run. Like, I want to run away, but in the same time, I want it. And I felt like, oh my God, what's going on? What is going on? Nobody was around me. And I felt like, oh no, in my mind was like, oh no, Jesus is coming. Jesus is coming. He's very close. He's very close. And my body was like shaking. I couldn't my head went actually up, and my body was shaking. And I knew that Jesus is coming, and I was so afraid. I was so fearful.
And I'm not sure where my mom hid in this dream, in the store, but I hid in this, behind a curtain first, I think it was, and then I went into this little room.
We came to the two guys' places, and we were hiding out there. We turned off all the lights and stuff, and we were hiding and watching out.
You see someone running, and you start to run. So I started to run too, but I hid. I was able to hide.
And we went to put on layers of clothes because we knew that it was going to be chaos after that. So I was putting on layers and layers of clothes so we can go in hiding.
People were, they looked desolate, but people were squatting in them, hiding.
Adam and Eve was in the garden. There was not a creature moving that had to ever hide from God. And then Christians is supposed to know God, and they're supposed to be in the true right religion, but that religion is false. And so when the actual God do arrive and they don't see Jesus Christ, they're going to hide from the true living God because they are the dead. So in Genesis 3:8, and they heard a voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool. It wasn't God, it was his voice. So God is going to do that same shout again. So as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. So when these people sin, they heard the voice of God, and we're going to hear that voice again in the cool of the garden of the day. So at evening or sundown. And Adam and his wife hid themselves. Like I said, when they did not sin, when they were obeying God, they never had to hide themselves. Everything was fine. The moment they disobeyed God and listened to Satan, now they had to hide themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. Revelation 6:15. And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, and the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondsman, all these rich people, Donald Trump, all these people around the world have to hide themselves. Microsoft, Bill Gates, all of them is going to hide themselves. And every bondsman and every freeman hid themselves. Is that everybody? Because people think they're going to see God, they're going to raise their hands up, they're going to be so excited. Those are deluded Christians and deluded people who think you're going to be happy when you see God. God said don't even look forward to the day. How the hell are you going to be happy when you see God when he's saying that is the great terrible day of the Lord? Terrible, terrifying. It's going to be a very scary time. It's going to be dark. It's going to be gloomy. It's going to be brimstones. It's going to be all kind of things happening. Fires, screaming, earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, thunderstorms, electrical storms, people getting struck, people dying to the left and the right of you. How the hell are you going to be happy? You're going to be scared, hoping that God have mercy on your soul. So people is having dreams and stuff that the pastors is begging God for mercy. I'm begging God for mercy right now because I already know if I see God and I see the angels and stuff coming, I probably will literally shit myself. That ain't no lie. I'll be scared shitless unless God put it in my heart not to fear him. I'll be scared shitless because, like I said, we have never seen our Lord, and when God come back, he mean business, and none of us are sinless. And because of those sins, just like Adam and Eve in the garden, you gonna want to run and hide as well. When they didn't even know what fear was, but the moment you sin, that fear is gonna come across every human being that has ever committed sins. I don't know about little kids, but I know about adults. You know, and preteens and teens, they all gonna be scared shitless. Even kindergartens probably. Amos 9:3, and though they hide themselves in the top of Carmel, Mount Carmel probably, I will search and take them out thence. All those people hiding deep in deep underground bunkers, the military and these mountains and stuff like that, they're gonna be taken out. And though they be hid from my sight in the bottom of the sea, God's still gonna get you. You cannot hide from the Most High God. And the worst place you could be doing that is underground, because it is a coffin, sand coffin, and basically that ground is going to shake you all the way up into hell. And hell, like God said, hell was coming up to meet you at thy coming. You going to hell, you know, and hell is coming to meet you and say hello. Jeremiah 49:10, but I have made Esau bare. That means I took all my gifts back from him. I have uncovered his secret places. I have exposed him, and he shall not be able to hide himself. And so basically you can get underground bunkers and hidden locations and all that. And God said, what? You ain't going to be able to hide yourself. They said, Rapthenews, why do you have a bomb shelter? Because I'm not stupid. Anything can happen at any moment.
And then I'm surrounded by many people. And I just remember someone yelling, they're here. I didn't see anyone, I didn't see anything, I just remember that person yelling that. And then I looked up at the sky and fireballs started falling from the sky. And I just started running. Everyone started running. And these fireballs were in front of me, behind me, beside me. And finally I go to this building and I go in there and thinking maybe I could be safe in there, but I wasn't.
Like everybody's house was getting on fire. Like people's house got fire. It kept hitting people. It keep firing people's houses, and then it was firing, and then I was scared. I was running around, so I would not get burned by fire. So I keep running around, and everybody was running.
I ran out, and as I ran out, I saw, looking up in the sky, I saw a lot. I saw a lot falling from the sky. And so as I saw this, I was running out. I was running out of the classroom. In my mind that time, I'm heading home. I said, I need to go home. I need to go home. But as I was running away from that classroom, because I know I was far from my family, I want to go home, I noticed that my head, it's like probably I was hit, because I felt like my head was like burned and it's covering me. It's like melting my head.
Fire fell down from heaven, pretty much from inside of the building. I don't know. It just came down from the sky. I guess would be the Lord. Fire came down and it burned everybody. It burned everybody, including me and the good side. It burned us when it came down. And it was like I went down, when it was burning me, I felt in the dream like I was being burnt alive. Like I was being killed. I was in the fire and I was being burnt alive.
My house can burn up. If everything catch on fire and we in the middle of nowhere and can't get nowhere, I need something that's fireproof, that's gonna help me get through the fire. Or if something happened, you know, when we're in the middle of nowhere, I need a shelter that's going to protect until whatever pass through. I'm so happy to have that bomb shelter, because when I was living in the city around all those people, I was scared shitless. I was like, man, we're gonna die. We're gonna have to all go down in the sewers to survive this, because basically all these people are gonna start eating each other. You know what I mean? Because once no food trucks is coming in, everything is down, the only food left is you. You know, I said I do not want to be around a group of people when the end comes, because they're all gonna fight and kill and eat each other. They're gonna turn cannibal. Jeremiah 23:24, because they did it in Jamestown when they first got here, they'll do it again. Can any hide himself in a secret place that I shall not see him, says the Lord? No, you can't hide. Job 34:22, there is no darkness nor shadow of death where the workers of iniquity may hide themselves. So basically he knew where Adam and Eve was, hiding behind the tree, right? So he gonna know where your ass is.
I was standing in this house. I was standing inside of this house, and the first thing that I remember it was so hot. I remember feeling the heat all around me, and I remember just going, man, why is it so hot in here? Why is it so hot in here? Right? And I was inside of this house, and I began to look around. All the walls were burnt down. You could see through the walls into the next room, and the floor had holes in it. I looked up at the ceiling, and the ceiling had holes in it. It was like a bomb had went off inside of this house. The walls were burnt black. The ceiling was burnt black. The floors were all burnt black. All the piping in the interior of the walls, you could see it. It was like destroyed. And I remember saying, man, what happened here? And so I saw where the door was, and in the dream I walked to the door, and I went to go step outside. Well, the moment that I stepped outside, when my foot touched the concrete, because I was in an upstairs apartment, right? The moment that my foot touched the concrete, I felt the heat under my shoe, and I jumped back into the apartment, and I was like, man, why is it so hot out here? And I looked down at the bottom of my foot, and my shoe was melted. The rubber on the bottom of my shoe was melted from where I had stepped on the porch. I hadn't even stepped in the street or nothing. And I just remember saying, like, why is it so hot in here? I couldn't escape this heat, right? And I remember that I ran to the shower, and I went to go turn on the water so that I could cool myself off. But when I turned the water, I burned my hand on the handle because the handle was so hot. And when I turned the water on, hot steam began to come out of the shower, right? There was no cold water. It was completely hot. It was like the atmosphere of where I was so hot. It had heated up the whole entire building. It had heated up all the water in the pipes, and nothing but steam was coming out. But here's the crazy part. I jumped into the shower, and I was cooling off with this hot water, because as hot as that water was, it was cooler than the atmosphere that was outside. If that makes sense, that was crazy, right? I was in this hot, steamy water, cooling myself off, because although this water was steaming and burning me, it was cooler than the atmosphere from outside. And I remember, how hot is it that I have to be in this hot water, and it's cooler than outside? And so it's like the Lord is taking me in the spirit, right? So I went back outside, and I looked up, and you know, in a normal sky, when we see blue sky, right? And we see white clouds. Well, when I looked up, the sky was completely red. As far as you could see in every direction, the sky was completely red. and there was black clouds that were swirling around. The sky was no longer blue, and there was no longer no white clouds. The sky was red, and the clouds were solid black. It looked like smoke, and they were twirling, right? And I looked all around me, and there was little flames just popping up out of nowhere all around me. It was like the atmosphere on earth was getting so hot. Amen. The atmosphere on earth was getting so hot, it was like it was beginning to ignite, because little flames of fire were jumping out of nowhere like spontaneous combustion, just jumping. That whatever this place was, God had already came and left, and he was not coming back, and he had handed this world over to Satan to have his way. And so the people that were left here on earth were gonna be tormented. And I remember feeling that above the heat, above the fire, everything around me was destroyed. The worst part about it was the separation from God. And I knew that it was never gonna be the same. I knew it was like in my mind, I just knew that there was no more repentance. We had had our chances to repent. Everybody had had a chance to repent. And those that had repented were taken, and those that did not repent were left here, and they were stuck on this place, and there was no going back. And then the last thing that I remember was I heard a voice, and I knew it wasn't the voice of God. It was the voice of Satan. It was a man's voice, but it was a very strong demonic voice. And the voice said to me, he said, "Come, this world is about to burn at 4 million degrees. You are all about to burn up." Why would you show me that, Lord? Is that hell? Is that where I'm going?
And so, you know, I appreciate everybody who come to the channel. I don't know who learned. I don't know who saved themselves. I don't know who believe and who don't believe. I don't know who's for real, and I don't know who's faking it. But I pray to God that all of you guys, you know, who are really trying, who changed their life, who believing in the Most High God alone, I pray to God that God save your soul on that day. Thanks for everything that you guys did to support the channel. God bless you. This is Rapthenews.
Bible reads in Revelation 3:10, "Because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world, to try them that dwell upon the earth."
As I'm heading towards this craving, as I'm heading towards wanting to get to this next level, not just foreplay, not just kissing, touching, but intercourse, I recognize I don't have protection. And as I recognized I didn't have protection, my leaders, the spirit that I was sleeping with, mind you, this was a lustful spirit. This was not just some random fantasy. This is called succubus. Look up succubus. Demon spirits that tend to sleep with men in their dreams, the sexual seduction. The demonic spirit says, "Oh, don't worry about the condom. I have one." So the demonic spirit, one of them, reaches over the bed. And as they reach over the bed, they grab a condom. And after they grab that condom, they hand it to me. And the demonic spirit goes back onto the bed. And as I'm looking at the condom, this season I've been praying for God to really unlock my spiritual lens. Like, the condom looks absolutely perfect. But when you're talking about the Holy Spirit, right? The Spirit of truth. With my spiritual eyes, I can see that there's holes. There's holes in this condom. My spiritual lens allowed me to see that there's holes here. So I go back on the bed. And as I go back on the bed, and I'm about to do or engage in intercourse with two demonic spirits, my will came in. The Spirit of truth just completely stopped me. I had gained control over my body. I didn't proceed. I didn't choose my leader to go towards the flesh. I chose to go towards the spirit. And as I made that decision, boom, instantly woke up.
All I knew was I was around these girls, these good-looking girls, you know, and I would notice they be making out, they be wanting me to make out with them, and then I remember this random-looking guy. It was like I knew he was wearing black. You know, his race was irrelevant. I just knew he was wearing black. And I saw these girls, you know, just getting it in right here, and you know, they were kissing me, you know, and I'm like, nah, I'm cool right now, cause I'm not that kind of man that does it. I'm not into that. And so it was this one guy who was like, hey, why don't you go over there and get it? Why don't you go over there with them? You know they dig me. I'm like, nah, man, I ain't giving in to lust. I'm trying to keep it right. And that was my response. And, you know, who says you're going to sin? Who says you're going to get in trouble for this? And I remember that clear as day. That was his approach. That's what he was saying. Was, who says you're going to get in trouble for this? I mean, you ain't doing that anymore. And that was his approach. And I heard him. And when I heard him, it was like I immediately knew who he was. I already knew it was the devil just tempting me. And I was like, nah, I'm good. And I noticed, like, as the dream progressed, it was like I was looking at them almost interested, but by then they weren't interested. And I could see right off it was a test. And I saw something coming down from the sky, and it seemed like it was balloons. Like a rosary balloons, like, you know, sometimes they make rosaries out of balloons and a cross, but this thing was coming down from the sky, and on it there was a man riding on it, and this man got off of it, and right in front of us he just passed by and went inside this building, and then we walked into this building. We were inside the building, and to my left, as soon as we walked in, there were benches, and it looked like a church. And I'm pretty sure it was a church. And I looked over, and this man was laying down on the floor, and he was reading the Bible at the same time, but he was crying at the same time. I said, Lord, what is this? But he was an old man crying. And then all suddenly, I saw another man lay down on the floor, and then he had the Bible with him, and he was also reading the Bible, but he was crying at the same time. Then all suddenly, out of nowhere, you know, everything turned for the worse. You know, these old men, they started connecting together as in sexual sin. And it was horrible, it was ugly. And then all suddenly, I saw another person come in. And they were all jumping in. And then I saw women coming in, jumping in into this big, ugly sexual thing that was happening right before my eyes. And then this man tried to pull me into that. And I told her, no, in the name of Jesus, started rebuking him in the name of Jesus. Then all of a sudden I felt like I was being choked out of wind, and then I felt like I couldn't speak anymore, but I felt my inner spirit inside interceding for me and praying and rebuking these demons that were trying to attack me. And then all of a sudden I felt peace, and then everything just let me go.
So in this dream, I seen a bunch of African American men, black men. And to be honest with you, I don't even know if they were American men. I just seen black men. And I remember just seeing a whole bunch of different black men in this community, right? And now, as I'm seeing, as I remember, I just remember them walking on. I just seen dirt. I didn't see any grass as they were walking. You know what I mean? And it just seemed like a community and shacks and stuff. You know, they're all but naked, And I felt the spirit of homosexuality in this community. I felt it. All I seen. I just seen, it felt like they was in captivity. Like they wasn't free. I didn't see no shackles on them or nothing like that. I just knew that they were in captivity. And I know that they was doing homosexual acts. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just a bunch of men in this one area.
It was like a party type atmosphere, but it wasn't like no jumping party. It was more like a get together. So one thing led to another, and I ended up participating in like an orgy of some sort, but it wasn't very like in depth, or it wasn't very X-rated or anything. I really don't remember too much of what we were actually doing with one another, but I know it was like sexual stuff.
The house was more of a party environment. It was a party setting. The lights were dim. I'm sitting on the couch, and there were men and women couples sitting around the couches around the entire room. And upstairs, there were many rooms, and in each room, there was a different couple in there. So this dream was more like a place where fantasies get fulfilled.
And I've never even done no type of orgy type crazy mess like that or anything in my life, so I don't know. It's all weird to me, but before I actually participated in, my spirit told me, no, don't do that.
I had a choice to invite them in or to make them stay outside, so I ended up inviting them in.
I gave into the temptation instead of listening to my spirit, and I went ahead and participated in what was going on inside the house. And during that time, I didn't know it, but the rapture had happened, and I basically got left behind. I was physically in the act of living in a sin that I've dealt with. So I don't know if the night went by and I came out in the morning, or if this was the same night. But I know when I came out, no one was with me that was from inside the house. Everyone there sort of like, I don't know, they didn't disappear too, but they just weren't there anymore.
All the men that were upstairs came running downstairs because they asked, what's going on? All the women disappeared. And I thought I was losing my mind.
Maybe they were like minions or something like that being used to like trick me.
He said the reason why they disappeared was because, not that they were natural, but because they were spiritual.
And I was aware of my faith and everything in this moment. Like I knew everything I knew, like still to this day. I have my knowledge of God and everything, and my faith was where it is today. It's just like I was tempted in that moment, and I gave into my temptation, and it cost me, you know what I mean, my calling.
He came back and he took his people. We got left behind.
It was about end of days, hell and heaven. So in the end of days, those people acting very sexually, disrespecting their bodies, and always hanging about with men, getting drunk in pubs, and being very disgusting. They were controlled by the mark of the beast. People need to repent. They need to surrender to God. Then God will save them from that terrible place.
This is Rapthenews. The hour of temptation is upon us, where everyone will be tempted by his own diverse lusts. Remember, you have a choice. And as funny as it sounds, just say no. This is Rapthenews.
White people, they were pretty much casting a vote to whether black people should stay in this country or not. If it was 2020 or 2019, I just remember seeing 2000, and it wasn't that far off from today's date, and this is June the 18th, 2019. So it wasn't that far off. And they were casting a vote, and one of this white lady, and you could tell she was an evil old she was an evil old heifer. She says that America and the world would be a better place if they just put all these black people back in Africa where they got them from. And she basically said, we got our use out of them. We don't need them no more. There was a handful out of all of the white people in America and across the world, maybe 1, maybe 2% of all of them. They was like, that's crazy. If they gone, we don't have, like, nothing's worth nothing. Because they knew that we were the salt of the earth. We make everything savory. So the white man that was with her, he was like, well, I'm going to make sure it happened. Well, what happened is, it was a worldwide thing that everyone who had melanin in their skin, how could I put it? They had this device where you walk through it and it could tell you how much melanin you had in your skin, or if you had any in you at all. And they said you couldn't have any curl to your hair in order to stay. You just had to be like pink, pretty much. So what was happening is, a lot of those Europeans that didn't want us to go, they was trying to go with us, but the government wouldn't let them go with us. And the ones that was really trying to go with us and that was ridiculing them, they were being shot, like in front of a firing squad. So we leave. This is worldwide, in China, everywhere. So now they getting what they asked for. Now all the armies got together and they had made, I guess, some kind of treaty to where the ships and stuff that we were on wouldn't be damaged. So I'm standing in this place and I see all my beautiful Hebrew Israelite people. And I see us and I'm looking around and it's just so many different shades of black, what they call black. And it was so beautiful. But then, since we were all gathered together, I just remember hearing this. It sounded like a shofar, but it was probably 10,000 times louder, and it went like that. It was just, and when it blew, the earth began to shake, and we looked up in the sky, and I seen those colors. We're in this dream again. The sky turned all these different colors. It was beautiful, and I just remember seeing the sky folding back, like the clouds folding back, and I just remember these huge angels just came flying out of nowhere, because what happened is, in this treaty that they signed, what they was going to do was wait until we all got in the water out to sea, and they was getting ready to bomb us on these ships, because they was sending us home. The Most High sent these angels, and these angels was protecting us, and they were mad. And so when we get to where we going, soon as the first people's feet hit the sand of Akabulan, soon as their feet hit the ground, I mean, when I say total, utter chaos. It was missiles flying over our heads, but it was like we were under this protective dome like the firmament. And they couldn't, because we was all gathered in one place. I don't know where it was. This land that we went to, no human had ever set foot there. This wasn't none of the continents that we know of. It's nowhere where the heathens have been. All I know is when we got there, I could smell honeysuckle and all these flowers in the air. You could smell frankincense. You could smell myrrh in the air, cedar, wood. It was all kind of animals everywhere. And it was lions and like tigers and leopards and panthers, and it was animals we had never seen before that these white people say are extinct, and they're not. But we were walking past these animals and they were like house cats. They were like house cats. It was amazing. So we were thirsty. When we would stick our hand in the water was warm. But when we would bring it up to drink, it would be cool when we would drink it down, and it was sweet. And soon as we got to this land where we were going, all of a sudden, that's when I seen the missiles. It was like these countries was fighting against each other. They was fighting, and one of the guys from America, he says, we should have let them effing niggers go. We should have just kept them here, and we would be safe. Because he knew the reason why America hadn't been bombed by these other countries is because the children of the Most High was here. So it was one of those like surreal moments to where all of the people, the ones that believed already knew that was in the truth. We were happy. The other ones, they wasn't happy. They was happy being under the foot and thumb of these Europeans and these Gentile nations. And once they seen that going on, they were looking in awe because they were like, they didn't know what was going on. And then it was just utter chaos. So here's the last dream, and I'm gonna let y'all go. My daughter and I had the same dream about the same thing. So in my dream, this was last week, I had a dream that it was me and my cousin Bimmy. He's into the truth. He knows what's going on and stuff, and my uncle does too, but he has some issues that he need to work out real quick, as all of us do. So what happened in this dream is we were over my Aunt Dale's house and we were barbecuing. So my little cousin Bimmy was here from California for some reason, and we were barbecuing. So we were in the backyard. I'm on our back deck, me and Bimmy, and we had our Bibles, our Sefer Bibles out, and we were like just talking about scripture and just having a good time in the Most High. Yeah, so we were sitting there, and then we stood up to the grill, and then I'm turning the food, and all of a sudden we heard this knock, but we felt this knock too. It was like this knock, and in the dream I could see it was this huge angel. He was humongous, and he had on war attire like he was great go tear up some stuff. So he knocks on the door. When he knocks on the door, it shakes the very foundation of Aunt Dale's house. So me and Bimmy kind of look at each other like, what is that? So in the dream I could see around to the front door. He knocks on the front door. My Aunt Chiba, she opens the door, and she was like, what you want? Like that, pretty much. And he was like, y'all ready to go? And she said, we don't know you. We ain't going nowhere with you. And my Aunt Lena was like, yep, ain't going nowhere. We staying right here. So my Aunt Jean looks, and she says, I know who he is. And she just had this smile on her face. So then my uncle was like, I know who he is too. But he was high and drunk. So he started wiping the sweat off his face, and he was like, I'm going. So the angel kind of looked at him like what? And then he just asked him again, y'all ready to go? And nobody in the house was ready to go. So Uncle Sonny was trying to go. He kept saying, I'm ready. My uncle kept saying, I'm ready to go. And when he kept saying that, the angel wouldn't even look at him. So he tried to come out the front door, my Aunt Dale's front door, and the angel had shut the door. It was just standing there in front of the house on the little walkway up to her front door. He was just standing there. But he had fixed it to where where my uncle couldn't get the door open. So I said, Bimmy, let's go around the front and see what's going on. So Bimmy says, okay, cool. So we go around there, and he looks at me and Bimmy, and he has his smile on his face. And he said, y'all ready? We was like, yep. I looked at this angel. I said, I hate it here. I've always hated it here, even as a kid. I said, I'm ready to go. I don't ever want to see this place again. So he grabs me and Bimmy's hand, and he said, hold on real tight, and we just shot up way high. And we were still in the firmament, but I could see the entire earthly plane. And they've been lying to y'all. The earth ain't no ball. It was just flat. It's huge. It's vast. It's places that these occidentalized caucasoids have never been. But they want you to think they've been everywhere. So what's going on is, he pointed and he said, look. So we looked, and I could see everything. The United States, everything. But we could see the people, small people, tiny. We could see what they was doing. So then we go down, and he gives Bimmy the end of his robe, and he said, hold on, baby. So we drop down probably about 5,000 feet. Everything's still tiny, but now we can actually see city. And he said, watch. And he pointed again, but he's talking to us without his mouth moving. The stuff I just said that me and my cousin Bimmy said, like we was ready to go, and I said I was tired of being here, I hated this place, I didn't even open my mouth. I was just thinking that because we were awestruck by the size of this angel. He was probably 15 feet high. So we looked. America was on fire. It was missiles flying everywhere. Everybody was firing on everybody. But all the black people were gone off of each continent. They were gone. I don't know where they were. All I know is that they weren't there. They were not there. I don't know. Once again, we go to this giant piece of land where nobody has ever been. I could smell the honeysuckle, flowers. The water was warm and sweet, cool when you drank it. I've seen the lions and all these animals that is eating people. These ferocious animals, they weren't ferocious anymore. Like I seen a kid, a baby, playing with a lion, a male lion. The female lion was licking the little baby's hair. What it mean? Don't know. I'm gonna find out because I'm gonna dig in my cipher and find out. So all these missiles is flying overhead, and me and baby both, we could smell, in this dream, we could smell burning flesh. And it was like these places, all the black people have been taken. Whether they knew the truth, whether they was in the truth or not, they have been taken. And the Most High came and got them. So then, my daughter has a dream. She said me and her and Yanni, my other daughter, said that we were standing by this ambulance, this truck or something, this ambulance or fire truck or something. And she said it was missiles flying all over everybody's head. She starts crying. She looks at me. She said, "Daddy, are we gonna die here?" I said, "No, we ain't gonna die here." She said, and right when I said, "No, we ain't gonna die here," she said, "We was gone." I just wanted to share this dream with my YouTube family and let y'all know the Most High is definitely dealing with his people.
This is Rapthenews. So everything that I've been teaching you about us leaving has came to pass in this brother's dream. And it's ironic that we are talking about being taken out and Exodus getting ready to happen at any moment. And then these people are having these dreams. And like I said, about 7 months ago to a year ago, my daughter had a dream, pretty much the same thing, that she said we was being taken out by ships, and that as we was going, the white people was yelling out racial slurs to us, and almost being violent, like they wanted to come over and attack us. They was mad at us for leaving, and so it's an awesome dream, man, that this brother had. And it was a whole lot more to the dream, but I didn't put it on there because it's far too long. But he was dreaming about Nibiru, the red planet. He was also dreaming about the order, but it was the way that he put it, it was out of order. So the order is that basically he experienced both orders in his dream. One of the orders is the angels lift you out, and basically they only came for the elect. So everybody else in the house wasn't going except for the elect. And then watch this. It's awesome that he said the one brother was drunk and high, and he wasn't going nowhere. The angel wasn't dealing with him. For all the weed smokers out there, the angels ain't dealing with you. I already told you. How the hell you gonna escape reality and then go with reality? You ignorant, And so so in the order that it's going to go in is that the angels is coming to get the elect. One of the things that I liked about his dream is that the angel was kind, because the angels are going to tear these people to shreds. So when they came to us, they were kind, and I was hoping that they'd be kind, that he was polite. He knocked on the door, he spoke kindly, he smiled, and that was awesome, because that's what I was trying to expect from the angels when they came. I don't want to be looked at with a police look, and you're not quite right all the way, you know what I mean? And the angel is sensing it, and he uncomfortable with you, And so, like my household, I said, you got to get yourself all the way together. And so this coincides with the last two videos that I put out, that it is time to go, people. So we need to have our bags packed. And how your bags is packed, man, is you are not, you don't have a blemish on you. Let's say that you are clean, you are spotless, without blemish. Don't be coming as a drunk, no fornicator, no adulterer, no homosexual, no weed smoker, no drug addict. Don't be coming and found as chaotic, all of that. God ain't dealing with all that, man. If you drop all of the sin right now, so when the angels come, they can take you to a higher place. We are not all going to the same place. And so his brother was taking it to different locations to me, but we're not all going to the same place. Those who are higher ranking is going to go to a higher ranking place. I've been having those dreams too, that we are taken to these places, and I have on uniforms like military uniform, like black, with ranking badges and everything on my uniforms, and boots, and I don't know why I have that on, and we're around just nothing but black people. And the thing that bethules me is that the family members, like he was saying, that whether they was good, bad, ugly, and all that, they came. And so that's what happened in the first Exodus too. The good, the bad, and the ugly came, you know, and then they got weeded out later. But I see people that I don't deal with and all that in my dreams, and they're with us and around us, and it's very uncomfortable. You know what I mean? And so to me, Israel has to work out its problems with each other and let bygones be bygones. Let it all go before you enter into God's kingdom. So this is Rapthenews. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this video. Bless.
All praises be to the Most High Yah of Israel, Yahweh, Yahweh. I had a dream. Yesterday. Okay. Okay, this is how it all started. About 3 years ago, I got a dream. I found myself in a place like a hallway. 3 of us, we were just about to get into the elevator. So we got into the elevator. So the building was so tall, maybe 50, 100, 200 story, I don't even know. So the elevator kind of like picked up. I don't even know how to explain how. Anyway, the elevator picked us up, and phew, we were gone. Immediately, we found ourselves in a big place, 3 of us. So the first guy in front of me, he was facing like a judgment seat, and the Most High himself was sitting on that seat, but I couldn't see the face. I was trying to look if his face was kind of like foggy, like a shadow face. I couldn't see anything. It was hazy. So in front of me, the Most High told the guy, he said, "Well done, you made it." And the guy just went into another room. He said, "That is paradise." I told myself, I said, "God damn it." So the second guy in front of me, Most High looked at him. He said, "You are wicked." And he was sent to other side of the room. Basically, that room leads to hellfire. So I was the third guy. I said, "Oh my God, I'm done." So I saw him. Most High look at me. He said, "You have a lot of good work." And he said, "I still find your work wanting." He said, "I will give you a chance. Go back. Go and fix your error. Do your best. I will see you again." And all of a sudden, before Most High could finish talking, bam! I found myself in that elevator. Bam! Down again. I woke up, and have it in mind, that was about three years ago. Last year, I had another dream. Then I started keeping the law. I stopped eating pork, eating turkey, eating all this. So I found myself in front of a gate. So I saw these people in front of a gate. They started questioning me. They said, "You have a lot of good work. He said, you just need something more just to be able to get in. They say, I'm sorry, we won't let you in. Most times I've said, I should go back and finish my work. And there was this guy in front, the guy just kind of like went straight. They let the guy in. Somehow I knew the guy was a Christian. So I asked those people, I said, that's a Christian. You let the Christian in, someone that is worshiping three gods and other stuff. And those people answered me. They said, usually we don't let Christian in this gate. He said, but for some reason, the most high of Israel said they should let him in. That the guy did his best. The guy pleased him. He loved the guy. They should let him in. And those people kind of like told me, said, just go and finish your work. You just need little. I said, okay. I left. Yesterday, I had another dream and have it in mind. I've been fasting for about 5, 6, 7 days. I think the 7th day, that's when I have that dream, or the 6th day. But that was yesterday. I got that dream. I was in a class. I was actually with my sister first. My sister was doing 1 or 2 things. So I helped my sister. And in that dream too, my sister was taking care of her baby. So I told my sister, okay, I got to go to the class now. I have a lecture. So I went to the class. And all of a sudden, I saw Dave. There is this guy on the internet. They call him allegedly Dave. He's a flat earther. He talks about flat earth. And he also talk about the law. He talk about the law. So I saw him. So as I told him, I said, hey, I have a formula to calculate the shape of this earth. I told him, I said, prior before that though, there is this guy on the internet. His name is Cambi. I think you guys should check his channel out. His name is Cambi. And there's another guy called Fearless TV. They talk about a lot of stuff, man. They have a very good channel. But few days ago, a guy put a video out about time manipulation, that they are manipulating with the time. So I actually even made the comment. I said I was going to even make a video on that. That few days ago, like Most High himself downloaded something on me. And due to the time and time differences and distance, I can calculate the shape of the earth, or where we are living, at least. So I was telling my lecturer, which is Dave, allegedly Dave. Dave said, yes, that I've been thinking about that too. That, Lucky, that is a correct formula. With that formula, you will know the shape of the earth, you will know everything. So while I was still talking with Dave, something happened. And all of a sudden, there was this loud noise, like billions of trumpets blowing at once. Bam, bam. I said, what is that? So, and all of a sudden, everybody in the class, they ran to the window and they started shouting. I said, what is that? What is that? I also rushed to the window. The time I looked through the window, you ain't going to believe what I saw. I couldn't even see the sky. Everything was filled up with angels. Billions of angels. I've never seen anything like that in my life. They were blowing trumpet, pa, pa. And I rushed out to see what is going on. Billions of people on the planet that I can see everything. And all of a sudden there was darkness. And I started seeing like this little beam of light. And the only thing you could see a lot of angels. I can't even count them. Billions. They were tall. The sky was filled with angels. They were blowing that trumpet. They won't stop. Pam, 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 pam. I say, oh my God, what is this? So, and all of a sudden, I started jumping for happiness. I said, this is it, man. I said, this is it. I said, this is it. I believe I'm going to make it. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. I started jumping for happiness. And everybody, a lot of people was crying. A lot of people started cursing themselves that I'm fogged. I'm fogged. What is this? And people turned their attention to me all of a sudden. They say, why are you so happy? Everybody's crying. I said, I'm happy because I kept the law of the Most High Yah of Israel to the best of my ability. I said, I wasn't perfect, I'm not perfect, but I did what I could. And all of a sudden, some people actually recognize me. They say, this is this motherfucker that always that have been shouting day and night. Worship Most High alone. Worship Most High alone. Worship the God of Israel alone. Worship Yahweh alone. He said, I recognize this guy. So before I could actually respond to them, I did respond. I said, yes, I'm the one. I say I'm the one warning everyone. Worship Most High alone. Before I could finish speaking, and I find myself, I started lifting up from the sky. I started lifting up from the ground. I started floating. I started floating. And all of a sudden, I was up in the sky. I don't even know how to describe this, but let me try to describe it to the best of my ability. You know, I don't really believe in gravity, but at that moment, I felt like the gravity was turned off. I started floating, and I saw few people also floating with me. They started going up, and I started going up. And all of a sudden, bam, with full speed, and time just stopped. Time stopped. There was darkness all over the flat earth. In fact, I behold the flat earth. I look at the flat earth. Everything was flat. Billions of people. Beam of light. There was chaos. Helter skelter. I'm telling you, everything smelled like death. Rotten flesh. And there was this little beam of light. There was bomb. There was missiles. I can't even explain that. You ain't going to believe me. I can't even explain it. It was horrible. And I look at everything. I say the earth is actually flat. Then I pick up speed again. I pick up speed. And all of a sudden, and I felt like I started descending. I said, oh my God, what is going on? What is going on? I started coming down. Bam! I just found myself in front of a gate. And have it in mind, 3 years ago, the gate I found myself, that was the same gate I saw 3 years ago. And I found myself in front of that gate, and I saw a lot of people too. They were on the line, they were queuing, maybe 100,000. They were trying to go in through that gate, but the gate was closed. So the time I got there, they just put me in front of everyone. I was looking at everybody. I said, why would they put me in front? Before I could even finish saying what I was about to say, the angel just came with full speed. I don't even know how to explain this. As if they were all programmed. They were just moving with speed. They are walking. All of a sudden, they told me, your hand. I said, what? I showed them my hand. I said, this. They scanned my hand. They said, you keep the law. I said, yes, I kept it to the best of my ability. I wasn't perfect. Before I could even finish saying that, the gate just opened. I said, did that make it? I said, where is the paradise? And all of a sudden, I find myself in front of the second gate. I say, oh my God, what is this? I find myself in front of the second gate, and those angels approached me again. They were very tall. They approached me again. They say, your ID, your ID, your ID. I said, I ain't got no ID. I don't have any ID. Before I could even finish saying that, an ID card just appeared on my neck. Like, they said, that is it. They just grabbed the ID card, they scan it. They scan it with something. They said, you kept the law. You kept the law, you kept the law. I said, I tried. The gate, the second gate just opened automatically. I went to the second gate. I said, where is the paradise? I said, where is the Most High? And I found myself in front of another gate. I said, oh boy, what is this? And the time I found myself in another gate, those angels, they approached me again. They brought this something like a computer. I don't know. They started scanning my chest. They put it on my chest. They started reading my chest. And all of a sudden, they said, you kept the law, you kept the law. I said, I tried. The third gate just opened. The time the third gate opened, bam, I found myself in front of this one tall angel. It's a black guy. The guy was at least maybe 8 to 10 feet in front of me. The guy just lifted me up, man. He greeted me. He hugged me. He said, you made it. He said, this is the paradise of Most High. He said, from now on, you can go in, you can come out, you will find refuge. The second death will not have power over you again. He said, you made it. He said, go and rest. I couldn't even believe my eyes, man. And the angel carried me again. I said, show me what is going on the earth. He took me out through the first gate, second gate, third gate. Now have it in mind, in the Revelation, I think it's Revelation 21. Remember, there was 12 gates in heaven. In the south, there was 3 gates. In the east, 3 gates. In the north, 3 gates. And in the west, 3 gates. Now that makes sense. That was the only reason I passed through 3 gates. So it showed me. I saw the flat earth. People were dying. Missiles was going up. The angel was still blowing the trumpet. People were crying. And those people that was on the line in the front, at the first gate, they were still there. I said, what are those people doing? I said, anyway, that is not my business. I make it. I made it. And I look at the earth, man. Trust me, you don't want to be on that. You don't want to be on earth when this all go down. Trust me. And I asked, I said, what was their offense? He said, most of those people, some of them you are warning that Most High alone. Most High Yah alone. He said, look at them, they refuse. And a lot of them was calling Jesus, Jesus. Nothing happened. Jesus was not there to save them. Jesus was not there to save them. Brother, I'm telling you, man, I'm not going to lie. I will put my life, I will stake my life on it. It's Most High, God of Israel alone. There is no 2 gods, there is no 3 gods, there is no Trinity. It's a lie. Europeans have deceived the whole world. I'm not making this up. You have been deceived by the church, man. You have been deceived by the Europeans. Europeans put Jesus in front of your God. Billions of people was calling upon Jesus. Jesus was not found to help them. Jesus was not found to help them. Worship Most High God of Israel alone. Worship Most High God of Israel alone. And I will say this one more time. Worship Yahweh Allah, the Most High Yah of Israel alone. Shout out to Rapthenews. Rapthenews, you taught me the truth. You told me that Most High Yah alone. Even though the first time he told me, I started cursing him out. I started calling him name because I thought nobody could take that JC away from me. But Most High Yah, in his infinite mercy, he showed me the truth that he's alone. There's nobody beside him. He made everything. Jesus didn't create everything. Most High did. My brother, my sister, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. You have no clue what is about to happen in the nearest month, days, maybe years if we are lucky. Most High alone. Keep his law. Keep his law. It was only few of us that made it. It was only few. As in the day of Noah, it was only 8 people that made it in the day of Noah. Jesus was there. Jesus didn't save any one of them. During the time of Lot, it was only 3 people that made it out. Supposed to be 4, 1 went back. As in the days of Noah, so shall it be the end of days. This is the end of days. It's only few people Most High is going to save. Those people that diligently searched him, that diligently follow his law. Most High law is not going away. Europeans deceive you. Jesus only came to keep the law. Europeans just used synonym to deceive you. They said Jesus came to fulfill the law. What is the synonym of fulfill? Fulfill means keep. To fulfill a promise, to keep a promise. Europeans deceive the world. Europeans deceive the world. They are the Gentile. Come back to the Most High Yah of Israel alone. Rapthenews, you taught me the truth. Thank you very much. Rapthenews, thank you very much. This video is dedicated to you. For all this being said, I say Shalom. Kwam Yasharala.
Apocalypse is nigh! Apocalypse is nigh!
Meteor storm? Is the meteor storm? Is the meteor storm? Is the meteor storm? Is the meteor storm? Zombie epidemic and alien encounters continue unabated.
What are you doing? Run! It's really happening! This is a real thing!
Is it dead?
That's not dead. These are lit! Hey kid, where are you headed? You know it's the end of the world, right?
It's the best we've ever. No one will help us with this hail apocalypse, natural phenomenon we're experiencing.
¿Eh?
Ah,
perfecto.
Mire.
Well, guys, that asteroid is going to destroy the Earth.
I learned that most meteors burn up in Earth's atmosphere. Ah, the atmosphere. Ah,
the atmosphere. Oh.
Bro, you see that?
What?
Meteor offers you a ticket to the outer stratosphere. Is your name on it? Will you defeat the intergalactic dragon? Will you defeat the intergalactic dragon? Will you defeat the intergalactic dragon? defeat the intergalactic dragon? Yes. Can you see into the future? Can you see into the future? Yes, you can.
This is Rapthenews. And how does the devil warn you? The devil warns you through movies, music, and commercials. God's way is to give a warning. Before you sign a contract or do anything with the devil, there is the fine print. Sometimes it's small as shit, but it is there. They give you warning to say, hey, this is going to happen. You take medication, there is the fine print. You buy a car, there is the fine print. Anything you sign your name on, it has to be warning. Everything you watching is warning. And then what are they warning you of? The meteorites that are going to strike that we are seeing right here, called the dragon's tail. You can keep believing that those are alien ships or God's angels or cherubims coming to pick you up, and then you are deceived because the book keeps telling you over and over, the earthquake, the darkness, and the fire devours before his coming. Only the chosen ones are going to be delivered, and he said they are few, just a handful. Everybody ain't finna make it. All these camps, they not gonna make it. They ain't gonna be chosen. They followers. They believing in false gods and everything else. Only those who actually really love and follow the Most High is going to make it. And so here's a warning again. You can believe me, you can believe the commercials, you can believe the movies, but you're going to believe the meteorites when they get here. This is Rapthenews. This is Rapthenews. People, you know you're looking at an end time event going down. You are looking at a hostile takeover. You know what you are looking at. It has been time to get out of denial. God has given you every chance to repent and return back to Him, to stop sinning. People like me have been warning you for centuries, to stop sinning. And now the time has come. It's either you're going to obey God or you're going to burn. It's either you're believing in God or you believing in the devil. You're making your choices. You making your bed up in hell while we speak. And you can play games and think that somebody died for your sins when God said, and we listen to God, He is coming back to punish the world for their sins. Obvious, if you're a Christian and Christ died for your sins, there should be no punishment in your life. But your life is wrecked. You know why? Because your future is wrecked along with this present life. Because you're going to pay for everything that you do. As a man sows, so shall he reap. And whatever you do is coming back on you. You ain't going to get past God, trying to say someone died for your sins. No one died for your sins. The book contradicts itself and you know it. And, something within your psyche should tell you something wrong, Look at that pattern again. It's like it's twirling, but ever so slow. If you speed it up, it's going around in a circle. It's like some tornado type hurl. We heard some blast in the sky today. I'm talking about louder than I have ever heard. I'm talking about sound like nukes were going off above our heads, and we know what it is planet hell. Look at this guy right here. So I played in a video the other day. You can be trying to get it all out of your system. So those things is coming down like nuclear bombs. They are going to hit you. When people are having dreams that they are getting hit and these things are blowing holes in them the size of a dang cannon, and people are not dying when they get hit. It's the end time. you're going to feel that pain, you know. And just like I said, I know it, and you know, we don't have time. I'm trying to get everything that I can possibly get together. I don't think we as a people can get any better than what we are. Look at that. That's going to do its thing. It's going down on the horizon. When it goes all the way down on the horizon, it's going to completely go out. But look at the spectacular show that's going on right there. You know, just like I said, I've been worshiping God for a long time now. You know, I've been stopped sinning to the best of my ability for a long time now. And this shit scares the hell out of me. If it scares the hell out of me, and I'm trying to be sin free, you know, you people who out there doing everything under the sun, you know, you should be quaking in your damn boots. Because your ass is finna get it. You're gonna burn. And God already warned that a fire is consuming before his arrival. And y'all gonna burn in that fire, man. All that stuff that's floating in the air right there is on fire. Believe that or not. I'm warning you. You see the warnings in the sky. You should take heed of this. Repent and return back to your maker. This is Rapthenews. This is Rapthenews. The camps tried to scoff and make a mockery out of what I was doing. Oh.
That's what I call them. Lights in the firmament. Because that's what the Bible calls them.
Oh, that's what they are? So the big red ball that everybody is filming around the world is what?
I don't know that. I haven't seen that. I don't know that to be true or false.
You'll see it a lot.
Because I've seen some of your videos in dealing with Nibiru's. I mean, I've seen a lot of things on the internet. I haven't seen it with my own.
I believe you have seen it though.
I mean, I haven't seen it. Why would I lie about it if I seen it?
I don't know, man. Why would you lie about a lot of shit?
Because I've seen some of your videos in dealing with Nibiru's. Because I've seen some of your videos.
He got caught in a lie. He know I'm telling the truth, and they not laughing no more.
Look at all those lights. You see that, guys? What is that? That's insane. No, I'm serious. They're everywhere. They're like reddish. Seriously. Look over there. Look to the far right. Seriously, I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
I don't know what's going on here, but these lights just keep appearing and disappearing.
So that's the actual planet right there, flickering in the night along with the meteorites. The whole system is just going through the air, you know, at night. But that flickering light right there is the planet, and it's going to flicker to it go down on the horizon.
There was literally 6 of them earlier, but I couldn't get it on my phone, but they just keep appearing and disappearing.
And so the same thing reappeared right here in El Paso, Texas, just the other day. That right there is the planet, and the meteorites is down underneath.
Whatever it is not normal.
And so basically, that is what is going to destroy this whole earth as it did before. This right here is a meteorite being cut in half. These are going to hit targeted centers. It is straight up nickel and iron, and that is what's called a brimstone to hit centers. Right there is the planet going down on the horizon. That's the entire planet. We only seeing the lit up fire from the pits in that hell. But that is Nibiru, planet hell. This is the dragon's tail right here. 100% packed with dust and meteorites going over our heads. We are going to run into this debris tail. The earth is going to get pounded for 1 hour and be destroyed. That is what scripture says. This is the meteorites from an airplane, right underneath airplanes. And think about it. Airplanes are going down left and right, and these things are right there. They ain't angels. They ain't little men driving ships. They ain't orbs. They're straight up meteorites. A sign from God. That's the planet again, glowing. Right there on the horizon again. You seeing 2 pits from hell glowing extensively. This is the planet from outer space. That is what the planet looks like from outer space. It kind of resembles Jupiter. This video, I believe, shows the planet stripes. I'm gonna put the planet there.
There's 3 now. Holy fuck. Oh god, there's 3. There's 4.
And check it out. Look at the stripes behind the lights. And then look at the planet on the left hand side of the corner of the screen. They are matching because that's the planet on the horizon, glowing in the sky, fiery as hell.
7. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's...
Again, look at the stripes on the planet. Look at the sideways tilted stripes. Same as the one
they're disappearing now. Oh my god.
That they got
oh my god,
online.
Oh my god. Oh my god, and I'm getting all
this. So this is Rapthenews. Y'all been warned. Repent. Return back to the Lord.
Yes, they're disappearing now. Oh my god.
Time's almost up.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
So we had in California hell rising, you know, so this is hell, and it has risen off of the horizon, you know, and usually it's over there in the east, and it comes around 7 o'clock, you know, and I've been watching this thing for years. That is a fire in the sky, if y'all don't know, you know, and basically a lot of people in California saw this. It's about time that they looked up in the sky and actually saw it. It's been there, you know. And this is the doom. This is the verse of Revelation 6:8 when it states, and I looked and saw a pale horse. That's the sickness coming from the iron oxide from this planet. And his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. It's literal. And I'm going to tell you that. It's literal. And so we're going to watch another person filming the same damn thing, you know. So this is their version of it right here. After this video. So you see it lighting up on the right side. They're freaking out. They're not going to be happy in a minute when they figure out what the hell it really is. And it ain't going to be no more laughing. Watch this.
These are aliens? Bro, those are too light. Well, shit, they're here. Look, there was just 2 of these motherfuckers.
And what it is the flames going in and out.
The 2 of them just disappeared. This motherfucker looked like 10 came back. The big guy close to the house.
And so the flames are lighting up and going out, and that's it. And it's traveling. This thing is moving. It's not sitting in the sky. It's moving. They think it's stationary. So watch this woman. She's saying the same thing, but you see her version of it. Look.
I'm the only one seeing this right now, so I'm on my.
Her version of it
level.
Is you can actually see it in her camera good. So you can see the star above it, that's white, and then you can see what it is clearly. It is straight up on freaking fire.
It looks like there's a shadow.
And the shadow is the smoke around it is glowing. And this thing is in a dust cloud. 3,000 meteors fell within the last 3 days, people. They're not going to even tell you guys, man. This shit is over with. Now, I'm going to do an up close on this. Okay, you guys check this out up close.
Nothing under it.
Yeah, see? That's it up close. That's the same thing. That's brought it up close so you can actually see it. That's a fire from a planet, and that planet is called hell. When one that says in Revelation 6:8, and hell follow. That's what you're looking at. You know? And all these people looking at it, thinking it's some kind of alien ship or nothing. That is a fucking fire. This is a damn planet. God is only allowing so much of this to be shown, but at other times he allowed it to be shown even more. You know, if anybody was to say, okay, what is that? You know, that's what that lady was just filming. It is a fire. That's what it is. It's a fire right in our sky. It's a literal hell being brought to earth that everybody is going to see in a minute, and everybody finna be shocked monkeys in a minute. You know, the war then started. They fighting in Idlib. That's right there by Megiddo. It's Armageddon going down. They all preparing their horses and tanks and everything else. You got 300,000 soldiers being sent. You got, you know, Turkey just joined that. They all ready to do the damn thing. This thing is hovering over California. You know, 3,000 meteors just dropped. It ain't no damn lie. You know, and I should have added it to this video, but I'm not. You know, I'm trying to keep this as short as possible. But if you didn't know that that woman was filming this in the skies of California, and I asked you what this was, you would say it's a fire, right? It's some kind of fire burning in the distance somewhere, and that's in our California skies, and ain't nothing but red smoke out here. So I'm gonna show you the entire planet, you know, in its dust trail, and it is what they call Nibiru. There it is right there, you know. And then we're gonna show you another angle of it, where you can see the roundness of the planet in the dust cloud. That's it. That is a real image that's happening right now. You can see the planet in the dust cloud right there, you know. And then this thing appears to be hovering over the skies and going slow. I mean just stationary, but it is moving. It's going down, you know. And this thing follows the sun. It usually be behind the sun, and sometimes it's off. And this is the time that it's off right here. You know, this is hell. It's the place that you're gonna go to, the darkness, the outermost. Now here it is again. Watch, right there in the sky. It's a literal planet of hell, people. That's what's being filmed over the skies of California. You know, there's the sun going down right there. You know, but then to the left right here, and hell followed. And hell followed. You know, just like I said, we got war, we got earthquakes, we got the mountains being moved, we got sinkholes, we got volcanoes, you know, we got severe weather storms. You know, it's all going down. God finna collect his people, man, and this shit is over. So if I were you, I would keep my shit together, man, and in some type of order, because this shit is over, you know. And then, like I said, I showed you it up close, and now I'm gonna show you it again in the distance. That's it in the distance. You know, that's what God is allowing you to see right now. What's coming after that is far worse, people. We right here, and I'm telling people to come to the right religion. Stop worshiping idols. Stop worshiping this false ass Jesus. Stop worshiping the pagan part of the Bible. Nobody want to hear. Nobody ain't going to hear. Stop using Jesus' name along with God's name. All of that stuff. Stop praying to Jesus when you're only supposed to be praying to God. If Jesus told you to serve only God, and God told you to only serve him, you know, the rest of the Bible then is paganism. It is, you know, and polytheism. There is no gods beside God. And God keeps saying that over and over again to y'all. Y'all don't want to hear. Y'all don't want to understand. Each person is caught up into their own madness, and each person is finna burn. God ain't playing. So when he told y'all to stop sinning and stop doing certain things, y'all should have stopped and y'all should have listened to God. But here's the fire in the sky, and pretty soon all y'all gonna be yelling and screaming for your freaking life and begging God for mercy. And then God said he ain't gonna hear you. It's Rapthenews. Is Rapthenews. And I noticed the most wickedest people on this earth are called Christians. And they are the biggest sinners on this earth. And these Christians, they live in fear. They don't want to hear any truth. They want to hear some easy little lie. All you got to do is say my name, and you get into the kingdom. And it don't work that way. It hasn't worked that way for anybody in the Revelations prior. So we have Yeshua King. You know it's something wrong with that name already. 31 minutes ago, highlighted comment. I noticed that YouTube always highlights the biggest idiots. And to me, the devil does all of this crap. He says Nibiru, which he spelled Niburu, is a Sitchin lie from his sci-fi books. And notice he has a lion with his right eye blind. That means he can't see good. The left eye is seeing, right? And so we know that this is the damn devil. And so Nibiru, which I call planet hell, which God calls a fire that's kindled in his anger, that's burning to the lowest heaven, which is hell. You know, it's all the same thing. The red dragon, wormwood, every last one of them is the same damn thing. The story just told over and over again by different prophets. Okay, let's get into it. Deuteronomy 32:22. For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn unto the lowest hell. So now we have a fire. You think it's just flames coming down? Did he say flames? No, he said a fire. That means something is burning, right? It's going to burn unto the lowest hell. What is the lowest hell? Earth. What is it going to do? It shall consume the earth with her increase. It's going to burn up this whole earth. So now this fire has to be tremendously big. And set on fire the foundations of the mountains, cause the volcanoes to erupt. Something big that's fiery, that's going to cause the volcanoes to erupt and burn the whole earth. A big, huge planet. Planet hell. Keep going. And this is why I call it planet hell. Psalms 112:10. The wicked shall see it. So they're going to see planet hell. And we're going to do dreams so we can get this thing, you know, everybody can get a good perspective of Nibiru or planet hell or wormwood or whatever the fuck you want to call it, planet X. Same damn thing. And be grieved. He shall gnash it with his teeth and melt away. Okay, so whatever they seeing is going to do what? Melt their asses. The desire of the wicked shall perish. All of this lies of Jesus Christ coming to save is going to go away right then and there. Watch this. So you ain't going to never hear nothing about Jesus saves. I'm going to read the Old and the New Testament. You're never, every time you get fiery and serious, like I said, Jesus disappears. Watch. But in this one, they're going to be calling on Jesus, and then they ain't going to receive no help. And so it's a lesson learned in this video right here. 2 Peter 3:10. But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise. You think that thing is coming quietly and is that big? No. And the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth also and the works that are there shall be burned up. All of them are matching from the Old Testament to the New Testament. Precept upon precept saying what? Something big is coming down and it's burning. It's going to burn all the way down to the lava on this earth, which is the lower hell. You ain't going to escape it, Christians. You're going to be the main ones in that for your lie and your blasphemy. Revelation 8:10. The third angel has something to do with planet hell. The third angel sounded his trumpet, and a great star, blazing like a torch, fell from the sky. Why? Because God sent it in his anger to burn to the lowest hell. When they see it, they're going to perish. Right? And it's going to come and it's going to what? Burn up this whole damn earth. A great star. What do you mean great? It's tremendously huge. We're going to match this up with the dreams and everything else today. So stay tuned, man. Don't turn away from this one. Blazing like a torch, fell from the sky by itself without God's permission? No, we know God sent it in his anger, right? That's why it's blazing. When he's sending fire down on your ass, he ain't happy. So what do they call in Nibiru? A brown dwarf star. Okay, we missed it again. The angel sounded his trumpet, and a great star on fire is coming down. Let's go back up to the top. A fire is coming down. A great fire. A great fire is coming down, and everybody gonna be burned up. You feeling it? They calling it global warming. They know exactly what it is. And I'm the only one that was preaching it. If you're preaching it now, you heard me. You know, and not only preaching it, I was showing it. I got all kind of video footage of that damn thing here and there. You know, 2 suns in the sky. That's the other sun. Revelations 16:4. And the third angel again poured out his vial upon the rivers and the fountains of waters, and they became blood. So Ezekiel 38:22 says what? He will plead with them with pestilence and blood. Right? Before he send the hailstones down. Keep going. Revelation 16:21. And there fell upon men a great hail out of heaven. So this planet has a hot side and a cold side. What is hell? Big old giant snowballs, huh? Of ice coming down, right? Hard ass damn ice. Frozen. Where's brimstone? Fiery stones. So fiery stones and hell is coming from this planet. And I described it as there's Alaska and there's the Valley of Death, the hottest place in California. Right? Death Valley. And so we got a hot side and a cold side, right? So does this planet. There fell upon men great hail out of heaven, every stone about the weight of a talent. I think they said, what is that, 6 pounds or something? I don't know. And men blaspheme God. Wait a minute, because this is important. You got the atheists. They're gonna, when hell start coming down, they're gonna be like, I'm blaspheming God. What is blaspheming? I'm gonna lie about God. It ain't the atheists. Who is it? It's Christians. How they gonna blaspheme God? They gonna say, Lord Jesus, save us. And they lying, because there's only one Lord, and that is God. He said it over and over and over again. He said every day they blaspheming his name, saying Lord Jesus. There is only one God and one Lord, and that is the Most High God of Israel. And he said, call him Echad in the end, right? Which is one Lord. They blaspheme God's name because what? Of the plagues of the hell, for the plagues thereof was exceedingly great. Watch, they so dumbfounded in that Christianity that they doing what in the end times? Calling on Jesus to save them. And then the book says, only he who calls on the Lord will be saved. But watch this. He didn't say when you call on the Lord. You're supposed to be calling on the Lord way before that time. Keep going. Revelation 14:9. The same third angel 3 times. And the third angel follows them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast, which is Christ crucified, which is that image of that white motherfucker that they painted and said was Jesus, and his image, and receive a mark in his forehead or his hand, he gonna do what? Send all their asses to hell. So watch this. This is coming down. The third angel then threw it down. And he said, anybody who worships the beast in his image and receives the mark in his forehead or his hand is going to be thrown in the lake of fire. The lake of fire is coming. Hell is beneath us right now. There's another hell coming. That's on fire. Y'all get it now, all right? The great star, the planet, the dwarf sun. Yeah, Rapthenews, we don't want the heat, motherfucker. Can you feel it? The great red dragon is ain't nothing but the great star. and it's something to do with the devil as well. And that's why they call him the Great Red Dragon, because how he screwed up everybody on the earth and made them sin causes this planet to come down in God's anger. That's how that planet works. It ain't following no orbit. It's coming down in wrath. That's its orbit. The wrath of your ass. It came down during the times of Noah and destroyed, and it came down in Sodom and Gomorrah and destroyed. Behold, a great red dragon, and his tail, which is 2 million mile long, of meteorites and hailstones and asteroids all up in that motherfucker, man. It's coming down. Right? His tail threw a third part of the stars, all these asteroids and meteorites, and of heaven, and did cast them to earth. So we're going to be getting hit with meteorites. And what it said, Revelation 16, and there fell upon men great hail out of heaven, and every stone. So you got hot fiery stones and cold ass hail. Same planet. Ezekiel 38:22. And I will rain upon him and upon his militaries, and that's the Gentiles, and upon the many people that are with him, an overflowing rain, great hailstones, fire, and brimstone. So this fiery planet that's coming is going to be throwing down hailstones and brimstones and fire. It's going to be raining it down. And so how does science explain it? It says the planet is going to pick up speed, it's going to swing up under the earth, and the earth is going to run into its debris tail and get pounded by meteorites, asteroids, and hailstones. It all match. The dreams, it all match. Right? Because in the dreams, what? The big red planet is coming down, right? So they're looking up, and it's right above our heads. So pretty soon, I'm talking about pretty damn soon, we're going to look up, because people is already seeing the big red blotch in the sky everywhere. You know, pretty soon it's going to come into full view. Hell is going to be viewed by all. And that's the hell above. And so Revelation 6:8 say, and I looked, and behold, a pale horse. What is that? Sickness. Red iron oxide coming from this planet causes sickness, sepsis, and you will die. That's the pale. Death. And his name that sat on him was Death. And hell followed with him. We own hell. So Death gonna ride out on a black horse and the earth gonna follow? Nah, this is another hell, motherfucker. For all them motherfuckers that be trying to undermine what I'm saying, because they knowledge is limited. They come here and they get some damn knowledge, and then they go put it in a dumb perspective, because they can't put it in a logical perspective because their knowledge is limited. They have to put it and dumb it down where they can understand it. But I'm used to talking to dummies, and I am. And so I can put it in layman terms for you. And that's what I'm doing. I'm not trying to make it scientific and all that bullshit. I'm just putting it where you can understand it by the scriptures. Am I saying anything? No. Is it hocus pocus and spooky shit? No. Revelation 20:14. And death and hell is doing what? So we're on top of hell. It's cast into the lake of fire. The lake of fire is on that motherfucker. So supposedly when that motherfucker swoop underneath us, it's gonna suck this planet down into that one. So both hells is gonna merge.
Everyone who was seeking the Lord and looking for the signs noticed this, brothers and sisters, and it was a big red planet hovering above the earth, and the moon was also out this night, and it looked like it was a quarter moon, like half of the moon was lit, but the other half was dark. But we were not paying attention to the moon. We were more amazed by this red planet coming towards us and looking bigger and bigger as it got closer.
I see a huge planet, and we're talking humongous, like it's
covering the entire sky, and it's pretty much on us. It's not even coming towards us, it's on us. And it's massive. I could feel the heat emanating from it. I could see the ribbons of fire that are jumping off of this planet. It's massive. It's volcanic, and the flames are bright red with fire dancing in a ribbon-like pattern. And I could feel the heat. I could feel my skin blistering. And as it came closer, I felt like all of the Earth's structures, whether there were trees or houses, it felt like they were being pulled towards this planet. And we felt the electromagnetic pull being pulled from our bodies, and so this was happening. And out of the corner of my eye to the right again, I saw fireballs fall and just torch the earth, just burn down buildings and animals and cars and whatever was in its way. It was just falling. And scared out of my mind. But this was the most important part of the dream, and that was the fact that I felt like I was being pulled towards this planet.
I was just being pulled through the galaxy, and as I was going through the galaxy, it was like the speed was increasing, and everything was rushing by. Stars, planets, asteroids. And as I got closer and closer, the surface of this planet started to become more clearer. And it was like on fire, red hot, rusty looking planet. It wasn't like the sun, as tremendous heat, but it was like, you can tell, like it had the surface, and it was like lava and filling this whole planet, but with a lot of dark surfaces. And as I got closer and closer, then I could see that around the crust of this planet were huge, like volcano mountains that were kind of poking out of the crust. And on top of these volcanic mountains, it appeared to look like black figures. It looked like dark ash, but like smeared, like a sketch. But it was like of this person, figures of men or women, and they had their arms like waving up like this and stretching out towards the sky. And I was like, okay, I know where I'm going. This is hell. There's no way this is some random planet that is scary or some nightmare dream of I'm having it. This is hell.
I was standing looking up at the night sky, and the planet that I was looking at was so big that it almost covered the whole sky in my view. So I was able to look at it up close. And when I was looking at it, even though it looked red overall, it had a lot of gray. It kind of reminded me of the moon, where you see an up-close picture of the moon with all the craters. It was the same, but all these craters were filled with fire of the brightest reds I've seen. Very bright fluorescent reds. The whole planet was covered with these pockets of fire, and it was very close to Earth.
I was looking out of a window, and I saw what looked like a large planet with a smaller planet to the left of it. Then all of a sudden, I could see it moving clearly towards the Earth, and it was getting clearer and clearer. And I could see the debris fly by, and it was flying by and hitting people. But I was holding the hands of two people, and I said, "Don't worry, God will protect us."
It was just huge. And it was the color of like when you stoke a fire and how the embers get, they're blackish orange. This is the color. It was like orange red, but it was like smoking hot fire. But anyhow, I just found, that's the first time that I had seen the planet like that. And I know that it's the red planet that the Lord has been giving me. And he jogged my memory today, I believe, with, you know, the heat on my shoulder in my earthquake dream that happened around Knoxville, which I still haven't done that video on yet, but I will. I was in shorts in that dream, in the earthquake, because the liquid came over my legs when we were all done. When this thing, I watched it pass over, and it didn't fly by, but it was pretty quick. But it gave me a good look at it. But after that, I was still looking up in the sky, and it was like the clouds kind of parted a little bit, and I put my arms up, and it didn't really look like I had a far way to go, and I know I got there quickly, but I didn't feel like I was flying. It was just like I was here one minute and then I was up there the next, just beginning to go in, and I could vaguely make out silhouettes of people.
What do all these dreams have in common? That the planet is coming down. Look how God is warning all these Gentiles. The planet is coming down, right? And you can look directly above you and see the thing coming down. What else? Meteorites is shooting from it. Fire is coming from the planet. Every last person saying this damn thing is on fire. Just like Rapthenews been telling you for a very long time now. Only person speaking about planet hell, because everybody else don't know. Why? Because the spirit ain't helping them. They ain't been enlightened or guided by nothing. Spirit is helping me over here. And so what do? They all teach the same bullshit. You know what? I teach salvation, you know, and God's kingdom coming. This is God's kingdom coming. It's a part of it. And this is the part called hell. And then what else do they got in common? That as this thing drops down, they're melting and frying, just like the scripture said. What else? It sucks them up. 3 people in these dreams said this thing sucked them up into it. And when the guy said he got close to it, it was what? Fire and lava and people burning in a lake of fire in there. When the woman at the end said what? This thing passed by, she raised her hands up, and she started being sucked up. Then she can see the silhouettes of people too, just like the other guy said. And then Isaiah 28:18 is telling you that. You know, it ain't like the scriptures didn't tell you. Is that most people don't have understanding. Most of them teachers and preachers and everybody, they don't have an understanding of the scriptures to tell you that, because they too busy worried about sounding crazy. And then the other part is they too stupid to tell you, because they ain't been helped by or guided by the Spirit. Isaiah 28:18. When the overwhelming scourge sweeps by, you will be beaten down by it. You know, beaten down by it. That means meteorites, hailstones, and fire is coming down off of this thing. As often as it passes through, it will carry you away. So these people said it was pulling them to the planet. You know, it will sweep through morning after morning, picking up what? Gentiles. Day by day, sinners, and by night. The sheer terror will come from understanding the message. Yeah. Understanding that hell is coming down and is about to pick up all you sinners. And guess what? Where's Jesus Christ in all of this? He ain't never there, huh? If hell is picking you up and God is throwing down meteorites and everything else, and he lifting his people out, how does Jesus save? And all these people crying for Jesus in the end, what did it say? It said, you blaspheme my name, all the way at the end time. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret. They all know who I am. They all know the message that I'm teaching. I have tried to pry them away from that false God so many times in that false religion. So many warnings to all of these people. They will not listen. And so when the fire, you don't believe that either, when the fire comes down on your asses, remember when you crying like hell, pleading to a false God that ain't going to save you, blaspheming the holy name of God, remember your ass was warned. This is Rapthenews. This is Rapthenews, and the sound you are hearing, I was told today that those are the gates of hell opening. Again, I swear to God, I was told today that those are the gates of hell opening. Now we're going to match the glowing red burning inferno in the sky that I call planet hell, which is the literal hell out there in our skies waiting. We're going to compare that with the sound right now. What you're hearing now is the volcanic explosions happening on planet hell right now in our skies. It is baffling everybody in the world. The governments know what this is. They know it's hell. They know their time is coming. You don't know what it is, but soon shall you know.
Do you hear that? You see it? Look at this light. It's crazy. I don't know if you can hear that. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and this has been happening almost every single night with this light in the sky. Alright, I am not going to stay out here for this.
So what you're seeing in the night sky is hell. I warned you many years ago when nobody believed that it was coming, and I told you this red planet was coming. I told you that this red planet was hell. I was the first one who told you that this thing will be making noises in the sky. So now you're hearing the gates of hell opening, and you're hearing the explosions from the volcanic eruptions coming from this planet. And the people that you heard prior to me talking is explaining that they see the red fiery planet in the sky, as I told you. You know, the only one telling you. Now don't seem crazy, huh? Never was, huh? See? And then watch this. Spirit of truth working with me, huh? You learning this from the camps? You learning it from your preacher? You learning it from science? No, you're learning it from me. That's who you learning it from. You know, and everything else I told you about Christ to God was 1000% true. Everything else I told you, that you are beasts, you are not human, I told you you was not. You are learning the ugly truth of it all. And this is the channel to tune in to learn the truth of it all. Now we're going to have a guy explaining that he actually went to hell. And he's going to tell you about planet hell that I warned you about many years ago. That you're hearing the sounds and effects of it now. Let's listen to this.
And what I saw was this very, very strange but dark looking planet. And it was very dark, black, like rusty looking. And I was like, okay, where did this come from? And I was like, what's going on? Why? Suddenly now I'm being pulled towards this planet, you know, slowly. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, I don't want to go near that. It doesn't look very good. It looks very creepy. And as I get closer and closer, the surface of this planet started to become more clearer. You know, and it was like on fire, red hot, rusty-looking planet. It wasn't like the sun, as you know, tremendous heat, but it was like you can tell, like it had the surface, and it was like lava and filling this whole planet, but with a lot of dark surfaces. And as I got closer and closer, then I could see that around the crust of this planet were huge, like volcano mountains that were kind of poking out of the crust. And on top of these volcanic mountains, it appeared to look like black figures. It looked like dark ash, but like smeared, like a sketch. But it was like of this person, figures of men or women. And they had their arms like waving up like this and stretching out towards the sky. And I was like, okay, I know where I'm going. This is hell. There's no way this is, you know, some random planet that is scary or some nightmare dream of I'm having it. This is hell. I know it's hell. I can tell by that I didn't want to even go here. I felt like my spirit was like, no, I don't want to go here. Let's go back. I want to go back the other way, but I couldn't move. I was being pulled towards this place, and lava just suddenly spewed out, and it completely consumed these people, or these black figures, trying to escape the fire, but they couldn't. They were just stuck there, and there was nothing they could do. They were just stuck, and the fire and the lava was spewing out on this mountain, consuming them. And I was like, no, this is hell. I don't know why I'm going here. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't even be here. Why am I here? I kept saying to myself. And I think this was God pulling me into this place. And it took me a while to realize that, but then as it became clear where I was going and that this was hell, I knew very well that this God sent me here. And as I got closer into the atmosphere of the planet was just like it was like a black lake, completely black. I couldn't see any light anywhere. It was just black lake of fire. And the lake was lit up by the lava which was spewing in the background, and the reflection cast light on this black lake, and that's how I could tell. Before the lava came about in the background, I couldn't see anything, but then as lava appeared, the light from that fiery red orange just lit up the lake, and I could see it, that this was hell, that this was hell, that this was hell.
So now you have 3 accounts that I was 100% correct about what is in our skies that our governments are not warning us about, because they ain't gonna warn you. They know what it is. They're building their deep underground bunkers to try to hide and run from this. God already warned y'all that they was gonna flee to caves and in the mountains and everything else, which they are doing now. And 3 accounts saw. The first guy, he saw and he heard. He had never heard hell before, and he was saying, what is that? Because it's something new to his ears. That is hell. What was he hearing? He was hearing the volcanic blast of hell. The woman was hearing the screeching sounds of the gates of hell opening. And I said gates. It ain't one gate. Gates of hell opening. And she saw the flashing, both of them, the flashing red in the sky. Now you have the third account of a guy having a death experience where he died. And this is not a dream that he's talking about. He is talking about his actual death, that he died of something. And then basically when he died, he was being sucked into planet hell. And he arrived there to describe what I had already told you and what you're seeing in the sky. So now we're going to hear more accounts of people who had death experiences. These people shot themselves in the head. These people overdosed on drugs. These people tried to commit suicide in various ways. These people got into car accidents and whatever, and they literally died. They was pronounced dead, and they went to hell, and they're going to tell you what they saw and heard.
Can you feel my heart going boop, 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 slowing down, boop, 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 and then like fluttering.
Jordan believes in that moment he went to hell.
All these women and all the things you think you want in the world, money, cars, success, you know, all these things that I had, and I was driving, I was just loving it. And then all of a sudden this car broke down. All of a sudden these women turned to huge demons. And it earthquaked, and I look behind me and I can hear screaming. It's all red and black. Turn around, get out of here.
So he consciously heard and saw hell because he was on his way there. And basically the people of hell knew he was not dead yet, you know. And so before he could enter hell, the people was already warning him that was in hell to turn around and go back. Where did we hear that before? We heard that with the story of the rich man who died, who wanted to go back and warn his brothers. And so each of these people in hell will want to go back and tell you, don't go to hell. You do not want to come here. Turn around, go back.
It sounded like people burning. People that were just burning, that couldn't find a cure or a fix to anything. It was just the worst. And I remember being afraid, gripping the steering wheel, and all of a sudden it was like, I'm back to my body in the trailer room.
I was standing there and I was looking out, and I could see like it was like a light smoke. So it wasn't dark, it was like a light, so it was a haze. But it was very light, I could see it. And I thought I was seeing something from a distance. And then it started to move. I was on a platform. The platform started to move forward. And I realized I was standing behind a transparent, like a glass barrier. And I moved forward and it stopped. I'm on the platform. And I looked and there were people. They were lined up side by side as far as you could see. As far as I could see back, and as far as I could see to the left, and as far as I could see to the right, they were lined up side by side. And they had their hands up and their mouths open. They were screaming, but I couldn't hear them.
So his story matches up with the guy that was on the Planet Hell previously. And they said they both saw people with their hands up in the sky yelling something. And what were they yelling? Go back. Don't come here.
They were screaming in terror, but I couldn't hear them, but I could see them. But then I looked, the flames came up to about almost to their waist. But you know how fire goes up, like they say the fire licks. The fire was going up chest high, and their skin was melting. But it didn't come off, it bubbled, their skin bubbled. It's like, you've seen things that bubble. Mm-hmm. Their skin was bubbling, it was boiling, it was bubbling, but it didn't fall off. And the people were screaming. And there were these creatures. They were as big as, they were as big as a dog. Bigger, as a good-sized dog. But they were like black bumblebees. And they were flying, and they had these stingers. And the stingers looked like they were about 2 feet long. And there was 3 of these things around each person. All the way down, all the way back. And 2 of them would, when they put their hands up and screamed, the stingers, they would stick them through their hands. And the people would scream some more. And then when they opened their mouth to scream, the 3rd creature would stick the stinger in their mouth. They would stick it all the way in their mouth, and then they would scream more. And they moved like, it was like almost like a cartoon with precision. They moved. The creatures, they moved. The one that stung you in the left hand would move to your mouth, sting you in your mouth. Then it would move to your right hand, and they would move to the next person. So they moved like that. And the people just screamed and their skin bubbled. But the skin wouldn't fall off. And they were just there. And I looked at that, and I couldn't believe it. And then all of a sudden, whap! One of those black things hit the front of the glass where I was standing. He was trying to attack me. Whap! And I stepped back. And the angel said to me, these things will attack anything here. And I knew that's where Satan was going, and the death angel, who I pray to God I get to see him thrown in. I hate that sucker. But I realized what they're going to go through, and that this was meant for them. This was never meant for humans. It was meant for the devil and his angels. The punishment is bad enough to punish an angel. It's bad enough, that's hell. And the lake of fire is bad enough to punish one of the chief angels, which Satan was when he was Lucifer. The punishment had to be bad enough to punish a chief angel. It is absolutely horrible. And the platform started to move back. And the angel was serious. He said, tell him don't come here. You excuse me. Okay. You tell him don't come here.
I walked to my mother's room thinking I don't want anyone to see me because I'm so determined to end my life, to end the void, to end the suffering, to end the loneliness, that nothing was going to stop me. I began crying out and I began screaming out to God, God, forgive me. And the gun went off. My lungs began to fill up with blood. My ears, I began to become deaf. Very slowly, faintly become deaf. My eyes became blind. My eyes were open and I became blinded. And I knew that death was gripping my soul. And then all of a sudden, I felt myself, my soul, leave my body. And I instantly began falling and falling. And at that moment, I knew I was no longer in control of my destiny. And I ended up in a place that was complete torment. And my body was burning. I no longer was lonely. I was no longer depressed. I became depression. I became loneliness. I became a tormented being of fear. And as I began looking out and I saw all of these other people and everybody was screaming in pain, the mutual thing that everyone shared there was their desire to scream out to everybody on earth, do not come here.
Excuse me. You tell them, don't come here.
And I can hear screaming, it's all red and black. Turn around, get out of here.
So I'm in hell, I see the lake of fire. Now, do I see fire? No. You say, oh, wait a second. Oh, no. I saw outer darkness. In outer darkness, there was a lake. I knew it was a lake. I could see that it was a lake. And people were bobbing up and down in this lake, the people that I had deceived in the lake of fire. And they were crying out, Pastor John, you deceived us. They were in this lake, but there was outer darkness. Remember, hell is outer darkness. The worst thing in the world is darkness. God is light, and in Him there is no darkness at all. The absence of light is darkness. God isn't going to be there. He's not showing up. There's complete darkness there. Talk about claustrophobia. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Complete darkness, in flames, being burned alive. No ability to change, repent, I'm sorry, fix it. This is it. Forever, tormented, demons cursing you, lying to you. You're there, and you're there because you've been a liar. You're there because you're a backslider, or you're a lukewarm Christian. You're there because you're a false prophet, and you told people that what you knew could not be taught intelligently, articulately from the Greek. You taught it anyways, and you're a liar, and you knew it. Run from sin. Run to God. Repent, and keep on repenting. Call, and keep on calling. Seek, and keep on seeking.
So here you have a Christian pastor telling you that everything he was teaching was a lie. He knew it didn't make sense, and he knew it was a damn lie when he was preaching it to the people. But he kept on because he arrogant and he a Gentile. And then what happened? He saw the people that he was preaching to in hell with him, and they were screaming in the lake of fire, you deceived us. You deceived us. And guess what? He can't help them and they can't help him, because you were all warned, don't be deceived. God is not mocked. As a man sow, so shall he reap. You sowed to that falsehood and you reap the fire.
We were in an evangelism meeting. I was worshiping in the back with my eyes closed, and then as soon as the heat came in the room, I watched. I opened my eyes. I knew something was happening. I opened my eyes. The front of the room opened like this, Sid, and hell was right there, and a arm without fingers came flying out of hell, and it grabbed a hold of my spirit and it sucked me in. And those hell doors are thick and they're heavy, and when they slam shut, I knew exactly where I was immediately. 3 things were spoken over me. You are in hell eternally.
So what happened to Jesus Saves right here? You in an evangelist meeting. You are an evangelist. You preach Jesus Saves. The building open up, an arm come out, grab your ass in the middle of the evangelist meeting and take your wicked ass to hell. Does Jesus save? See, they prove me right.
In hell, it worked the same as in heaven. My full brain operated. And I knew all of Matthew 18. I knew every scripture that I'd ever read, and I've read the whole Bible. I knew every scripture that I've ever read, and it made complete sense, and it was completely righteous that I was in hell. And I became hate. I hated, and I continued to hate. And there were people there. They were just like me. They believed Jesus is the Lord God.
How did you get out of hell?
As quickly as I went into hell, these doors opened, and something brought me out so fast. I re-entered the room. I was screaming. My friend who was running the meeting, he came to the back because I was so disruptive, and he started shaking me.
This was at the IHOP.
Yeah, he's here. You know, my good friend Hal Linhart, he was there, and he was shaking me, asking me, what's wrong, what's wrong, what's wrong? And I said to him, I've been to hell.
Question that was silly to him, and it's silly to me now too. But I asked him, I said, God, why is there so much evil in the world? Why is there so much hatred and so much pain? Right? And he told me, if you're not with me, you're with him.
So there you have it. Told you guys for years. If you're not worshiping God alone, you are worshiping Satan. You cannot add a partner to God or an associate. God is far above this. So when all of these people died, where was Christ?
Yes, we went to a prayer meeting, came home like any other normal night.
Yeah.
And I got up at 3 o'clock in the morning to get a glass of water.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly I was pulled out of my body, like being sucked out of your body. And I found myself falling through the air, and I landed in this actual prison cell in hell. Rough-hewn stone walls, bars, filthy, stinking, dirty prison, like a dungeon.
Yeah.
Now, this was an out-of-body experience. This was a vision, okay? I've never had one like this before. But anyway, it was actually a prison cell. And there were these demonic creatures in this cell.
What were they like?
Reptilish in appearance, bumps and scales all over their bodies.
Yeah.
These particular 2 were about 12 or 13 feet tall. There's even scripture for that, but...
Did they look like anything that you've ever seen a picture of?
Yes. There are some depictions that are pretty accurate. One was in Dr. Kenneth Hagin's testimony that John Osteen's church showed about a demon that he saw, Dr. Kenneth Hagin.
What did they do to you? Or did they do anything?
They were, first of all, they were blaspheming and cursing God. They had an extreme hatred for God.
All right.
They were deformed, twisted, grotesque creatures, and then they directed that hatred towards me. And I wondered, why? What have I done to them? But the one picked me up, threw me into the wall, tremendous strength. I collapsed on the floor. I felt bones broken. The other one dug his claws into my chest, tore the flesh open. You have a body in hell, but it can withstand this torment. And they had absolutely no mercy, an extreme hatred for God and for man.
No mercy at all?
None.
No.
Not any.
All right, when you were in this cell by yourself with these creatures, was there anybody else around?
At this point, I was alone, just with these creatures. And they began tormenting me. I did feel pain, but I understood most of it was being blocked. And the Lord explained to me on the way back that He did allow me to feel some of the pain, to relate to people that it's not metaphorical or allegorical. It's not a state of the mind. It's real, literal pain you're going to feel in hell.
Well, what about the lake of fire thing? Was there fire somewhere?
Yes, I was taken out of the cell and I was placed over next to this large raging pit of fire. Mm-hmm. This pit was not the lake of fire talked about in Revelation 20:13 through 15, but it's the current hell, Sheol. And this pit was just a huge hole in the ground with flames raging high up into this open cavern. And again, it wasn't metaphorical or allegorical, real literal flames. And Pat, this is where I could first see people. There were people literally inside this pit burning. It's the most awful sight to see a person on fire, burning, screaming. The screams were so loud from just millions of people at the top of their lungs screaming.
What were they saying?
Nothing. You can't say anything. You're just screaming in agony. There's no conversation. You don't get to be with people. You're kept isolated and apart. And the demons are tormenting people. You have no conversation. The smells are so foul and putrid, the most disgusting odors, and you're actually breathing in sulfur, and sulfur that's burning is actually toxic. So I wondered, how could it be alive breathing this toxic, foul air? But you continue living. There's not enough air to breathe either, so you have to fight and gasp for even the tiniest bit of oxygen.
What about water? No water.
There's not a drop of water. I was so thirsty. Just a drop would have been precious, like the rich man wanted in Luke 16, but you'll never get that drop. That's why people need to know how important this decision is to make that we have in life here. You know, we serve a loving God. He doesn't want anybody to go to this place. It was made for the devil and his angels, not for man. But man will go there because God loves man so much, he gave him a free will to choose. And to know you'll be there for all eternity without hope. You know, Isaiah 38:18 says, those who go down to the pit cannot hope for thy truth.
As I'm going forward, something caught my attention. My arms were straight out. And another thing that caught my attention was that I wasn't walking. I was gliding. And as I'm gliding, I had these chains on me. Chain with the ball on the end. They were so heavy, I wanted to put my hands down, but I just couldn't. I was taking that pain. And I remember seeing these demons, and I kept saying, where am I? Let me go. They wouldn't say nothing to me, but they'll look at me and they'll laugh. They were giggling. That's all they did. And I can see them. They had real long fingernails, real powerful, sharp nails, like razors. But they wouldn't respond to me. They were just giggling at me, laughing at me. So as I'm moving forward, I start seeing this big black tunnel. This tunnel was huge, and I can hear the sound of this tunnel. And I'm starting to enter this tunnel, and my hands are so over heavy. I need to put them down, and I'm in pain already. I just can't, but I'm still gliding into this tunnel. As I'm beginning to go into the tunnel, halfway into this tunnel, this terrible smell starts to come out of this tunnel. A smell that I wanted to die. This smell was just horrible. If this smell was on the earth, we would die, because that's how terrible this smell is. There's no air in there. There's nothing. So I had to pass this smell, and I see a tiny little light at the end of this tunnel. And I said to myself, oh, okay, well, as soon as I get to that end of that tunnel, that little light, I'm going to be safe. But I wanted to die. I felt ugly. Death. And the Word of God, it says this is the second death. It's just the beginning of your second death. As I'm going into this tunnel, I finally went to the end of the tunnel. I didn't see that little light no more. Everything was just, I didn't see the demons no more. So I'm just standing there, okay? And then suddenly these flames just rose from the ground up. Real hard. That's the sound that I heard. You know how we open our curtains in the morning? So that's the way the flames split. When the flames split, a voice told me, walk forward, go in there. So I walked forward. When I went forward, there was a lot of screams. There was a lot of fire.
I seen a lot of people. There was a lot of people screaming. Before I go forward, I'm not saying this to scare you guys. I'm not here to scare anybody. I'm just telling you, this is the true what happens after death. I seen all this. I seen rivers of fire. People are burning. There's been people burning there for many, many, many years, hundreds of years. People their flesh burns. They burn, and the flesh falls. And your bones get nice and toasty and black and gray. And when it's done, then the flame, your skin, your flesh starts growing back on you. And then the flames start again. And I also seen maggots crawling through your flesh, in your bones. And they're eating you. They're eating your flesh. It makes no difference. Just picture yourself now in the earth. If you have bugs or maggots eating your flesh, how would that feel? But you're in hell already. There's nothing you can do. You have to. That's the torture. That's your everlasting torture life in there. I seen teenagers for the disobedience of their parents. I seen teenagers for the disobedience of their parents. I seen teenagers for the disobedience of their parents. I seen pastors, because it said in the word, for they have robbed me of my tithing. I seen Christians, I seen Christians, I seen Christians, I seen Christians, I seen Christians.
And what I saw was this very, very strange but dark looking planet. And it was very dark, black, like rusty looking. And I was like, okay, where did this come from? And I was like, what's going on? Why? Suddenly now I'm being pulled towards this planet, slowly. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, I don't want to go near that. Doesn't look very good. It looks very creepy. And as I get closer and closer, the surface of this planet started to become more clearer. And it was like on fire, red hot, rusty looking planet. It wasn't like the sun, as tremendous heat, but it was like, you can tell, like it had a surface, and it was like lava and filling this whole planet, but with a lot of dark surfaces. And as I got closer and closer, then I could see that all around the crust of this planet were huge, like volcano mountains.
So if you can't see that I'm 100% right about what's in our skies, the big red planet that's in our skies that is making our skies red and emitting red iron oxide that's killing us already, wait till you get there, because you're going to get there. I argue with Sakari, I argue with GMS and all of these other people about this. I'm not backing down from my truth, because I know where it came from. It comes from the Spirit of God. It is the Spirit of truth, and it ain't too many people on this earth with the Spirit of truth actually working for them. I'm one. It's a rare thing. And so when you actually hear the Spirit of truth speaking to you, and I'm telling you that motherfucker's in our sky, it is the global warming. The planet, our earth, has been being heated up by this planet. You heard that here first, for eternity. It has been cooling and heating our planet. That thing, hell has two sides. When they said a joke, when hell freezes over, hell has frozen over on one side. And God is regulating that. So he keeps it icy on one side and hot on the other side. And he told you he's going to rain down fire and brimstones and what? That ice. Hell. He's going to rain hell from above. So when are you going to finally start believing God and God only? He told you everything has a season. So even hell has two seasons. It has a summer and it has a winter. It burns and then it freezes over. And so basically, again, that thing is out in our skies roaring. The roar that you hear are the explosions. The screeching noises that you hear are the gates of hell opening. The time has come. This thing is so damn close to us right now that at any fucking moment y'all gonna find out yo Jesus don't save. It's Rapthenews. This is Rapthenews, and today we're going to be talking about Carlos Ferrada and Nibiru, which he calls Herberculus. And so basically he discovered Nibiru back in 1940s, and he was silenced up until early 2000s, where he spoke out at pretty much 99 years old, and then he died. And so before he died, he let us in on some information. He said that they was going to do a cover-up, and they was going to disguise Nibiru as if it was Jupiter or Mars or some other planetary body. Let's get into it. They are saying soon events will take place that will allow Herberculus to be seen with the naked eye. This body will not go unnoticed. Everyone will see. There will be a lot of confusion, more than confusion. And they will give many interpretations about it. I mean, they're going to lie about Nibiru. Many lies. Astronomers will say that we will see Mars or another planet, but in reality, it's going to be Herberculus. Nibiru says, what consequences will it bring to our planet? The most terrifying. And then he goes on to say, and then everyone holds up as they can. So here you got the person who spotted Nibiru saying that they're going to cover it up. And then when people start seeing it, they're going to write it off to be Mars or another planet. But we know what they did. They wrote it off to be Jupiter. Check this out, man.
All right, so you may have come across a story online that you'll be able to see Jupiter and its moons with only a pair of binoculars next week. I have to tell you, we are not convinced. So let's bring in Ellen now, because we wanted to ask her if this could really happen. Ellen?
Okay, Marley, are you ready for the answer?
All right.
I think you might be surprised. The answer is yes.
Really?
But
all right, I got to get those binoculars out.
You should.
So the 99-year-old astronomer said they was going to write it off, this planet off, when people start seeing it, as Jupiter or Mars. They was going to write it off. They got to start this war, because I believe the war is actually covering the planet. You know what I mean? Getting you into such haywire that you don't know. They've been trying to hide this planet the whole damn time, man. Anyway, so they did write it off. They wrote it off as Jupiter, right? And then a while back, I did so many videos, and I showed this photograph of Nibiru and its moons. And then lo and behold, when the newscast viewed it in the south, they had the same picture that I took at least 5 years ago, you know, and it's online. Just look up Nibiru moons, and you'll see this photograph come in, and look how old that photograph is in comparison to this news story. So we are seeing Nibiru with binoculars right now.
A lot of you are talking about this story on our Facebook page. It has some 3,600 reactions and 300 comments. You won't need a telescope to check out Jupiter this month. There it is right there. NASA says it's so close, you'll be able to see it at night with the naked eye. This is video we shot this morning. You can see the reddish glow of the biggest planet in our solar system.
So here is Jupiter. Very different from what we saw in that photograph. So I took this from back in 2007 or 2013. It's one of those. It was from way back, you know. And basically what you're seeing under a telescope is far different from what they were seeing. This is not a red fiery planet. What we saw in that video was a red fiery planet. And then way back in the day, again, someone was filming Nibiru coming in the south, and this is the video right here. And basically they were saying this is not Jupiter back then, before any of this came out. So this is their footage, and they trying to figure out what this planet is, because it's so damn bright in the daylight sky. So what they're trying to write off as Jupiter is really the destroyer. That's why I went back to get footage from a long time ago, because I want you to see from what they point out. And if they point out and say that's Jupiter, then everybody with a telescope is going to come on YouTube and say that's Jupiter, and I'm filming it. But we showed you Jupiter from back in the day, and it's totally different from the Jupiter that people are filming now. Okay, now we're gonna get into the biblical, what I came up with, from the Bible. We start with Luke 21:26. Men's hearts failing them for fear and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth. For the powers of heaven shall be shaken. So it's accurate. We're all looking for these things that's coming on the earth. When we finding out what's coming on the earth, it's dreadful, people. And the hearts is going to fail in multiple ways, because the magnetic field from this planet that's coming, or these planets, or as politically correct people say, the firmaments that's coming down, it's going to screw with your heart and your mind. Jeremiah 25:31. A noise shall come even to the ends of the earth, for the Lord has controversy with the nations. And then people are hearing this strange noise. So I'm just matching reality up with the scriptures. People are hearing this strange noise all over the world, and they didn't know what it was till I said something, till I noticed something. It started with a woman first. She put out a video. She said, look at this big red glow. That big red glow I've been studying for a long time, which I know is what? Nibiru planet hell, right? And so it's right on the horizon, California coast, but all over the world now. So watch this. She heard it making the same noise that the people was hearing all around the world. And I said, bam, bingo, because I had put out a video before she made that video, and you can look in my videos and find out that I did that. That's because the Spirit is leading me. And I said that noise is coming from Nibiru, planet hell, because it has volcanoes and lakes of fire on it. That is where the lake of fire is. The lake of fire is not located on Earth, it's located on that planet. We're going to prove that. Job 15:21. A dreadful sound is in his ears. So God is saying it's a dreadful sound. The noise is coming at the end of the earth, and then the other one is saying a dreadful sound in his ears. In prosperity the destroyer shall come upon them. So we know that what the destroyer is, we know it's this big fiery planet. Okay, and then Jeremiah 4:7 is going to prove it. So all of these verses is complementing each other, precepts upon precepts. The destroyer of the Gentiles is on his way. It is gone forth from his place to make their land desolate, and their cities shall be laid waste without inhabitants. It's going to rain down, cause floods and everything else, just like in Noah and Sodom and Gomorrah. Revelations 12:4. Then another sign appeared in the heaven, a huge red dragon. This planet is huge, tremendous. So people who've been watching my videos saw during the eclipse, the planet go behind the sun, and when it went behind the sun and knocked out the sun's light, and then as it passed by, the sun lit back up, and it did the same thing to the moon. So that's the huge red dragon. Why? Because the scientist, the astronomer, told you it is a planet with a tail, right? And its tail swept a third of the stars from the sky, which they're calling what? Meteorites, tossing them to the earth. And we already know what scientists say, that the planet is going to come so close to the earth, but it's going to miss the earth and swing under it. And the earth is going to run into its debris tail, and it is going to shower down brimstones and hailstones for 1 hour exactly. And then what did the Bible say? In 1 hour, Babylon will be destroyed. In a day. Right? Deuteronomy, and all this stuff is deep, man. Deuteronomy 32:22. For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn unto the lowest hell. So we know we got that's why I call it a fiery hot planet, planet hell, because this fire is burning from heaven to earth. A fire. God is in the highest of heavens of heavens. He's higher than the heavens. So God is saying this thing is burning down from there to here. You know, and with the science and astronomer saying this thing is coming closer and closer to this earth. So a fire is kindled in my anger and shall burn unto the lowest hell. So we have another hell underneath our feet. So we are living. Earth is nothing but hell covered with dirt, and shall consume the earth with her increase. Again, listen. This hell that God made up there is going to consume this whole planet. What it consuming? This whole earth is going into that planet. The fire that's coming from above is going to consume this whole earth. Revelation 6:8 is going to prove that. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and what? Hell followed with him. You know, is death following, hell following death on earth? No, that's coming from above. How do we know? Revelation 20:14. Then death and hell was cast into the lake of fire. Where's that lake of fire at? That big burning ball of whatever that's coming down to the lowest hell. That's what it's going to consume the earth with her increase. That's a hell. Death and hell was cast into the lake of fire. When hell get cast into that, what is hell? Nibiru? You know, planet hell? Yes, it's a hell. It's all going to be one big ass damn hell. Okay, so watch this. Isaiah 28:18. And your covenant with death shall be disannulled. All those people who are trying to make a deal with the devil to escape this planet and the consequences of it is going to be disannulled, and your agreement with hell shall not stand. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, what is it going to do? It's going to pass over your heads. Then you shall be trodden down by it. How are you going to be trodden down by something beneath you? That's coming from above. As often as it passes through, it will carry you away. People are having dreams that this thing is lifting them up. And like I said, you have a 20-foot magnetic field around your heart, and this is a electromagnetic planet. 2 and 2 equals 4. It could pull you right to it. You know, your brain has an electromagnetic field, and your heart does. It will carry you away. It will sweep through the morning after morning, and day and by night. So when did this thing arise? You could see it clearly on the horizon in the morning, and see it clearly on the horizon in the evening. Sheer terror, says the Bible, this is Isaiah 28:18, sheer terror will come from understanding this message. Sheer terror. When you can understand that something is going to be passing over your head, lifting you up out of this earth, wherever you're going to be, and then carrying your ass away to planet hell you're going to burn for eternity. You know, and then you heard the people in my videos the other day saying what? The planet lifted them up. You know, there's a video where a car, suddenly, it wasn't even a car, it was about 3 or 4 cars that lifted up in the air. Nobody can explain it. They try to write it off as a cable, and I'm pretty sure some of y'all heard and saw that. And then I did video after video after video because I knew a damn well a cable didn't lift all those cars up from a street sweeper. That's a damn lie. You know, and people just want to write that damn off. This damn thing passed over our head and lifted up some vehicles all in one area. You know, I never seen any. I mean, it lifted them up like they were toys. And Joel 3:15, the sun and the moon will grow dark, and the stars will no longer shine. Why? Because this is what science said. Iron kills the stars. Stars don't give off iron dust. If you want to kill or shut down the sun, feed it iron. Right? And then lastly, Ezekiel 38:22. And I will plead with him with pestilence and with blood, and I will rain upon him and his militaries, and upon many people that are with him, an overflowing rain of great hailstones, fire, and brimstones coming from what? This planet that's coming down on this earth that's going to burn to the lower hell, the lowest hell. If it says the lowest hell, then it has to be a hell higher. It has to be another hell. Everybody understand that? Rapthenews.
It's just sitting there. It's not even moving. What is going on? Oh my God, what the hell is that? Do you see that? What the hell? Oh my God. What is that? That's just sitting there. That. What is that? It's just sitting there. It's not even moving. What is going on? Oh my God. What the hell is that? Do you see that?
This is Rapthenews. You have a big red stop sign right in the sky that's telling you to stop sinning. Why is that on fire, sinners? It's on fire because the earth is going to be consumed in fire in a moment. And that fire is going to burn targeted sinners. God's people is going to be lifted out, and everybody remaining is going to be fired. That is a big, glowing, red hot ball with meteorites in its tail, standing out there waiting on you. That is what's called the Gentile destroyer, or just simply the destroyer. You know, and it doesn't discriminate. It wants all of you sinners' asses, every last one of you. So, you know, people can say, oh, what's the date of that? Where was this shown up? Does it fucking matter? Why would it matter? It's out there. It ain't going nowhere. It been there. I didn't have footage after footage after footage showing you that this thing is not going away. It's getting brighter and brighter, and more oxide is going out, and the plagues is happening, and everything is right there in y'all sinning face. People ask me why I do some silly video about Dow. Because he's a silly ass damn man leading a whole group of people to hell worshiping the nation's false god. Didn't nobody worship Jesus back in the day, and they shouldn't be doing it now. Jesus said, I didn't come to be worshiped. He said, serve God only and worship him. Right? They don't understand that. They will when those meteorites come down out of the debris tail of this thing and fire them. It's all just waiting on them. That big red sign says stop in the sky. Y'all can keep continuing, but you will pay like hell in hell. This is Rapthenews.